Minister of Transport, Honorable Fikile Mbalula, and Minister of Public Enterprises have just joined us, Mr. Pravin Gordhan. So we'll start very soon. But I want to make an announcement. There's a car, registration number KH17LG GP. Is a BMW, a white BMW. It's got some windows and doors open. So if you could please attend to the car. All right. Okay, we will be starting with the program as soon as the ministers, both ministers, join us. Thank you.
The National Rail Policy White Paper, a multi-decade vision of South Africa's evolving rail sector. Welcome to the launch for the National Rail Policy White Paper. This policy lays the pathway for structural reforms in the sector and will create opportunities for private and public investment. The policy sets out government's plans to set in motion rail renaissance, including high-speed rail operations. The policy introduces primary and secondary interventions that will give effect to institutional repositioning and allow for third-party access on the national rail network. The policy places emphasis on improved rural access, increased mobility, and increased job creation within the rail sector. The policy seeks to address the capacity challenges where operators cannot run services and introduces concessioning on lines where private sector can operate services. The National Rail Policy White Paper, a multi-decade vision of South Africa's evolving rail sector.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Thank you for your attention. My name is Mateta Mokonyama, and I'm honored to be the program director for the day. We will start with the proceedings. We will start with the singing of the national anthem. If you may all please rise. There will be a music. You may be seated.
The policy sets out government's plans to set in motion rail renaissance, including high-speed rail operations. The policy introduces primary and secondary interventions that will give effect to institutional repositioning and allow for third-party access on the national rail network. The policy places emphasis on improved rural access, increased mobility, and increased job creation within the rail sector. The policy seeks to address the capacity challenges where operators cannot run services and introduces consensioning on lines where private sector can operate services. The National Rail Policy White Paper, a multi-decade vision of South Africa's evolving rail sector.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the National Rail Policy Launch and Stakeholder Engagement session. Honorable Minister Mbalula, Honorable Minister Pravin Gordhan, the MEC for Gauteng and Roads and Transport, Mr. Jacob Mamabolo, the MMCs present, the Acting Director General of the Department of Transport, Mr. Mtunzi Madia, the leaders of the state-owned enterprises, the leaders of business and industry, government officials, honorable guests, leaders of the labor unions, leaders of the taxi industry, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are at halftime. We are talking about the next 28 years. We have traveled the past 28 years since 1994. So today we have the kind of talk that teams have at halftime. I don't know which team you support. My team usually, recovers after halftime, even if they are 4-0 down. But this session is about, recovery. It's about what we're doing for the next 28 years to recover rail infrastructure and operations in the country in the interest of the people of South Africa. Before we start, we have a full program for the day. I'd like us to observe certain protocols. COVID-19 is still with us. If we could practice all the advice that we've been getting on COVID. The stage, those who are coming to the stage, there's a step on my left. Don't be like me and try to jump. You may hurt yourself. There's a step on my left. And then for ladies and gents, they are all behind us. The gents is right straight into the open, and then the ladies, you have to turn a bit right, but it also can be found using the signs posted. We have a program, full program, starting with the opening and welcoming by the MEC for Roads and Transport, Mr. Jacob Mamabolo. And we will have a message by Honorable Minister of Public Enterprises, Minister Pravin Gordhan. And then we'll have a keynote address by the Minister of Transport, Honorable Fikile Mbalula. And then we'll have a panel discussion. We'll introduce the members of the panel at the time. Part of the panel will also include, questions and answers from stakeholders. And then later on, we will have what is referred to as the National Rail Policy Implementation Investment Commitments from industry. And then we will have closing remarks by the Minister and a vote of thanks by the Acting Director General. And then we will then close for lunch. With that, ladies and gentlemen, may I welcome to the stage Mr. Jacob Mamabolo, the MEC for Roads and Transport in Gauteng, for opening and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director, Dr. Mateta Mkonyama of the CSIR. That's how I know and work with you. I just met you on Monday. So thanks very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply honored and definitely privileged on behalf of the provincial government of Gauteng that is led by Honorable Premier David Makura to extend a word of greetings and appreciation, firstly to our Honorable Minister, Fikile Mbalula, known as Mr. Fix-It, fixing the rail and of course the whole of transport in the country. I'm aware that Minister Pravin Gordhan will be joining us very shortly, but I would like to also welcome our word of appreciation, of course, acknowledgement to him. We do have amongst us here the MMC from the city of Ekurhuleni, my colleague, Honorable Nkobese, MMC for Transport. And of course, there are MMCs here. I haven't seen the MMCs, Honorable Minister, but if there are MMCs who joined us, you're also sincerely welcomed. There are many chairpersons of various boards. They are also welcome. The acting DG, all accounting officers, professionals and experts who are here in the rail sector, and of course, I must also extend a very warm welcome and sincere appreciation to all panelists who are going to enrich the discussions that are going to take place here. Minister, and of course to all the guests, all stakeholders, all of you ladies and gentlemen that have made it here, all the media houses that are here, welcome to our province of Gauteng, and we are very much pleased as a province that we have been afforded the honor and privilege, and of course in the city of Ekurhuleni, to be the hosts of this very important groundmaking policy engagements and discussions that will take place here. We are looking forward to the outcomes of this very important engagement and the session that will take place here. Minister, we recommit as a province to work with you and the whole of government to make sure that we open a new chapter in the rail policy space and, of course, in transport in general. And I must just say that the CEO of Gautrain is here, and he is part of the panel. And I would like to give him more time to reflect on our positions in the province, and therefore will be very brief. We hope you are comfortable and feeling at home, and we wish you all the best. And let the conversations begin. Otherwise, have a warm and good, productive engagements. Back to you, Program Director. Thank you very much. Thanks.
MEC Mamawolo, thank you very much for the welcoming. We will now go to the next item. Minister Pravin Gordhan is still on the way to join. So we will, change the program slightly. We will be taking a keynote address by the Minister of Transport, Honorable Fikile Mbalula. Minister.
And what about this? One, two. No, thank you very much. He says to me that they didn't touch it. So our levels of education about this COVID spread, they vary. From the ministers, doctors, and ordinary people. So he believes that you can be infected by touching. So it doesn't have to be, because you've got to be protected. So as long as I speak into this, one way or the other, we can be affected. So that is why we must sanitize all the time in the platforms and the places that we use and tools that we use to communicate. Thank you very much, Dr. Mateta Mkonyama, our program director. It is indeed a great privilege and honor to be here today and to get this massive response. It shows the interest in the rail policy. It shows an interest in South Africans from all walks of life who've got an interest in making it a point that our country works and ensure that rail is back on track. More than any other thing, it makes business sense to get rail from a part of logistics and freight working. Our roads are crippled and all of that because of heavy transportation in the form of lorries on our roads, transporting logistics on our roads, so rail becomes an answer. Minister of Public Enterprises will join us. He's a very much important part of this work because you as business people from the mines and everywhere in terms of logistics, you complain about Transnet. And you complain about slow delivery in terms of logistics and the transportation of goods and all of that. And our intervention in terms of this rail policy seeks to give an answer to that. Open up the industry, give private sector, not privatization, private sector participation to bring resources and at the same time bigger support to ensure that we are in a position to deliver. And the panel will dwell very much into those. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Transport, Mr. Msebenzi Zwane, the men who hold us accountable in terms of our work and ensuring that the boxes we tick are well in order in terms of the work that we do. Gauteng MEC, Mr. Jacob Mamabulu, a member of the City of Johannesburg Mayoral Committee. For Transport, Councillor Funzi Ngobeni, thank you very much for being with us here because Johannesburg is the heart of economic activity, not only in South Africa, but in the rest of the African continent. Member of the City of Ekurhuleni, Councillor Alko Ngobese, member of the City of Tshwane, Councillor Dikeledi Siloa, member of the City of Cape Town Mayoral Committee, Urban Mobility, Councillor Rob Quintus, but also I've been informed that the Deputy Mayor of the City of Cape Town is also among us here today. Acting Director General, Mr. Mthunzi Madia. So, ladies and gentlemen, our panelist, Deputy Director General for Rail, Mr. Ngwako Makaipia, Chief Executive Officer of the Rail Safety Regulator, Ms. Tsepo Khare, Acting Group Chief Executive Officer of the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, Mr. David Timpelo, and also the chairpersons of the boards of RSR and PRASA, Chief Executive Officer of Transnet Freight Rail, Ms. Caesar Mzimela, Chief Executive Officer of the Gautrain Management Agency, Mr. William Dax, Rail Expert, Mr. Yap van der Merwe, captains of the industry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm using my own iPad since I was accused in Cape Town of stealing the president's iPad. By the way, we are working very hard in this country. We finished this morning at 1 a.m. We had an economic retreat with the president. So we were not really concerned about the case at the police station. So we finished this 1 a.m. and it was a lot of work looking at what are the key issues in various ministries, burning issues that we need to address. And I'm happy that railway was one of the issues that were flagged in terms of the work that we need to do with Minister Pravin Gordhan. And many others, including electricity and all of that, that hinder our speedy economic recovery plan and implementation. So thank you very much for responding. I know some of you have been here early in the morning And it is indeed a great pleasure for us to see this great response. I also want to thank my team in advance, led by Ngwakoma Kaipia and the acting DG. We launched this paper, and now we are taking it to you, and beyond that, its implementation. And today we are in conversation with you, operators, private sector partners, prospective investors, rail state entities, and the safe regulator. Our objective is to unpack the white paper on the national rail policy and explore the ambitious policy choices we have made to bring about what we call rail renaissance. We equally intend to examine the structural reforms that not only seek to bring about competitiveness of our railway system, but also enable a private sector participation through concessions. We will undertake a similar engagement with organized labor to ensure that the implementation of the national rail policy is responsive to the interests of workers. If we talk about compact, we talk about labor, business, and government. So these are the social partners, if we talk about the social compact that takes South Africa forward. And business have shown interest, and at the level of NEDLEC, led by President Matamela, we are indeed on the verge and on the path towards signing an agreement on the social compact, of the social compact with all partners. Rail transport in South Africa has a long and colorful history dating back to 1859, with the construction of the first railway line from Cape Town to Wellington, finally completed in 1862. In 1860, the first steam train was introduced in Durban, from the Market Square to the point at the harbor. The government of the time took over the private railway with a strategic purpose of using the rail network as a bedrock for its long-term economic goals in the 1870s. The initial strategic utilization of rail transport was military operations and the transportation of agricultural and mining produce. The railways were then nationalized in 1909 through an act of parliament that gave birth to the South African Railways and Harbors in 1910. The approval of the white paper on national rail policy by Cabinet in March 2022 marked the beginning of a new chapter for South Africa's railway industry. The journey this national rail policy has gone through during the consultation process and robust engagement has been one of the transformation and revitalization. The white paper creates policy certainty that introduces radical structural reforms which enable broader participation and open new avenues for investment and competitiveness. A key element of this is the opening up of space for private sector investment and effective economic regulation that ensures fair and regulated access to both primary and secondary networks. Challenges in the railway sector over time weakened the efficiency of the system and limited its contribution to economic growth and effective community connections. The de Villiers report of 1986 advocated against new rail investments, but rather sweating existing assets and deregulating the road sectors. This led to deferred maintenance of rail assets, particularly passenger rail, which resulted in the decline of commuters and deterioration of commuter rail infrastructure over the decades. The obsolete state of much of the rail infrastructure and rolling stock, limitations of the narrow gauge, and underutilization of existing network present a few of the many noted challenges facing the sector. The white paper on national rail intends to place the rail on sound footing as the backbone of seamlessly integrated transport value chain that makes a meaningful contribution to the economy. Government's interventions to achieve railway renaissance, the positioning of rail as a key contributor to economic transformation and the reduction in harmful greenhouse gas emissions are clearly articulated in the policy document. Key thrusts of the policy include enabling railway investment by exploiting rail's genetic technologies to achieve the envisioned railway renaissance in market spaces such as heavy haul, heavy intermodal including double-stacked containers, contemporary urban and regional rapid transit, and higher speed rail from 160 to 200 kilometers per hour and up to 300 kilometers per hour. Secondary interventions will give effect to institutional repositioning and allow for on-rail competition. This means that the rail market will open for other operators to compete and improve operational efficiency needed to improve service quality and competitive pricing in freight rail. Research conducted shows that these interventions will undoubtedly reposition both passenger and freight rail to achieve inherent competitiveness. Though exploiting rail's genetic technologies that will enable the sector to increase axle load, speed, and train lengths across the board, productivity increase, and adequate skills acquisition is guaranteed through these interventions. Improved rural access, increased mobility, increased job creation in the rail sector through infrastructure, construction, and contribution to economic development are some of the key elements that the policy addresses in relation to passenger rail. Support is extended to the agricultural, agro-processing, as well as the mining sectors. The policy addresses passenger rail capacity challenges, where concessioning is introduced on other lines other than those run by PRASA, where private sector can operate their services. This means that alternative provisions for commuter rail in terms of mobility, funding, and competitiveness of commuter rail systems is catered for. The white paper presents a multi-decade vision of how the railway sector will evolve over time through private sector participation and investment. South Africa's constitution categorizes public transport as a functional area of concurrent national and provincial legislative competence. While municipal public transport is a local government competence, commuter rail is, however, an integral part of our public transport system. The National Rail Policy therefore acknowledges the importance of devolving public transport functions to the lowest levels of government. The policy therefore requires the development and approval of a devolution strategy for commuter rail to guide the assignment of commuter rail functions to the municipal sphere of government. A devolution strategy aligned with the integrated urban development framework will be a key feature of the next iteration of the National Land Transport Strategic Framework to take effect in 2023. The National Land Transport Act of 2009, NLTA, provides for service level planning by municipalities for passenger rail services on a corridor basis. The law imposes a number of obligations on a municipality in integrating passenger rail planning in its integrated transport plans. It is equally important to note that the NLTA empowers the minister to assign a function to a municipality, provided that the municipality has adequate capacity to undertake that function. So my colleagues from Cape Town just passed me here and then went straight to Treasury. And so they just passed me here like vava boom, gone to Enoch Godongwana, and then he's fixing that head, you know, like he will resolve it. So I'm clarifying it here. We will work on framework with SALGA to provide efforts by municipalities to build the requisite capacity that will enable the assignment based on the capacity of the city to manage the rail function as an integral part of the integrated public transport networks. This therefore requires of us to implement an effective model that will enable cities and provinces to deliver a seamlessly integrated public transport system with commuter rail as its backbone. Concessioning of passenger lines is introduced to enable private sector investment and as a means to unlock economic value in the railways. The policy alludes that strategic rail network planning and oversight is a centralized strategic function that the Department of Transport must undertake. A national rail master plan anchored on the National Transport Master Plan 2050 will be developed, setting out a sustainable approach to strategic rail network planning and a long-term plans that inform future developments of rail in the country. Obviously, some of the issues that we seek to implement will not wait for the master plan. So the plan of action will be categorized in terms of medium and long term. That is what will happen, and I think we'll outline that in detail in terms of our discussions. Issues of safety and security are critical and integral part of rail revitalization. The rail safety regulator will encourage substantial new investments to implement modern safety technologies. Current challenges of theft and vandalism of critical rail infrastructure disrupt economic development in the sector. The corporate sector needs to find constructive ways to deal with issues of crimes, theft of scrap metals, and other criminal activities that sabotages the country's economy and growth of the sector. Third-party access is one of the key tenets of the policy in driving efficiency and improving rail competitiveness. The policy sets the stage for building of local industry capacity with deliberate bias towards localization and ramping up local manufacturing capability. Government will ensure industrialization and local production of steel, railway lines and supplies, and promotion of rolling stock through policies that will need both state and private sector operators to procure all supplies from South African-based manufacturers. The white paper encourages the entry of black, young female industrialists as local manufacturers in the industry. A local strategy will be used to develop an industry-based export strategy focused on African countries. This will support the Steel Master Plan of government. Collaboration with the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition to create a platform to engage private sector as part of the investment plan will form part of this journey in revamping the sector. The white paper alludes that in the transition leading up to the establishment of the Transport Economic Regulator, the interim rail economic regulatory capacity will be utilized as an interim arrangement for economic regulation of the sector. The Minister of Transport and Minister of Public Enterprise have concluded a memorandum of understanding to establish the interim rail economic regulatory capacity. The functions of the regulator include providing advice and recommendations to the Ministers of Transport and Public Enterprises on issues such as tariff setting, access to the rail network, dispute resolution, and other related matters. The current priorities in the sector identified by the regulator that require economic regulatory intervention include, among others, playing an inquisitorial role in pilot projects such as the net cost slot sales that promote private sector participation as advised by Transnet Freight Rail, developing appropriate economic regulation frameworks on the processes and procedures of accessing the rail network, frameworks for minimum access packages for different segments of the rail network can be developed, building a nucleus of skills and capacity in rail economic regulation, which is a scarce skill. Rolling stock as the key pillar to a railway operations will also be an integral part of rail revitalization. The provision of own rolling stock by both freight and passenger operators is an additional funding source to close gaps between existing funding sources of overall funding requirements and the provision of extra capacity by private sector rolling stock leasing companies. The private sector participation framework will be developed by the department with the aim to guide anticipated collaboration between major state-owned enterprises and private sector companies for investment in new economic infrastructure projects. South Africa finds herself in a difficult situation where the current funding sources are inadequate to allow Transnet Freight Rail to meet the level of service and infrastructure investment required to address the rail-friendly freight in the market. In line with international best practice, the National Rail Policy directs private sector participation through concessioning and third-party access as a key remedy to allow rail to fully exploit the rail-friendly market. The concessioning of branch lines and the access of branch line operators to the main line will form a critical part of the rail private sector participation framework to be finalized by the department in the current financial year. This framework will cover different forms of participation, a clear procurement framework, and the role of rail economic regulation. The revitalization of the branch line network will provide focus on specific business opportunities and promote the shift of freight from road to rail. My department, in recognizing the important role that private sector participation can play in bridging the investment gap and improving operational and managerial efficiency, has entered into an implementation protocol with the Department of Public Enterprises to drive the development of an implementation plan that will identify strategic branch lines to be put out to concession over the short to medium term. In this instance, agricultural exports from South Africa have been the shining star in the last decade, with continuous annual growth in both volumes and revenue generated for South Africa. The significant growth of the industry, and especially the fruit producing and fruit export business, requires focused attention on the revitalization of branch lines to support the sustained growth of this industry. The introduction of a high-speed rail framework will focus on the provision of high-speed rail corridors in South Africa. This framework will determine strategic objectives for high-speed rail and the criteria to be used to determine and prioritize specific corridors. In conclusion, the implementation of the white paper on national rail policy will be segmented in terms of set timelines and policy reforms. The short-term interventions between now and 2024 will focus on the development of the National Rail Bill, the National Rail Master Plan, recovery of rail corridors, branch line, concessions, third-party access, and development of the devolution strategy. Cape Town. In implementing this policy, the department will establish a working group consisting of government, the rail industry, and state-owned companies to coordinate the critical path of implementation and periodically assess progress in implementation. Further engagements will be undertaken with Infrastructure South Africa to ensure that the rail projects identified in this white paper form part of the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission project pipeline and elements of the broader infrastructure plan. I thank you.
Honorable Minister Mbalula, thank you very much for the keynote address and reminding us why we are here. It's a conversation today with leaders in business, and part of the conversation today is about improving access. You said open up industry for participation of the private sector, and it's not about privatization, right? And this conversation will go on. It will include other stakeholders. It will include labor, organized labor. You also emphasized that devolving the functions, rail functions, operations, could be management of the infrastructure. It will be through a strategy that will be finalized in the next few months or years. And the city of Cape Town needs to pay very close attention to that process. There's also need to have capacity to make sure that local government has capacity to do what needs to be done in terms of managing railway operations, infrastructure, and related matters. Funding, very important as well. The Minister touched on this. But the message coming out is that we need to do more with the same, There's not necessarily new money that is going to come through. There will be a working group that will be established to make sure that implementation, does happen. But again, emphasis is around implementation. So, in fact, if you look at the program, one of the ways that repeats itself is implementation. How do we implement? And as we were going through the history, Honorable Minister, it reminded me of what I read in the constitution of the National Party government at the time, 1961 constitution. It was interesting that that constitution included rail in the constitution of the country. I'll read some of the things that it said, which are tied closely with what the minister was saying. Section 99 there was saying there shall be a railway and harbour fund into which shall be paid all revenues raised or received by the state president from the administration of railways, ports and harbours. And such fund shall be appropriated by Parliament for the purpose of the railways, ports, harbours in the manner prescribed by this Act. Another very important, interesting clause in there, clause 103 or section 103, said that the railways, ports and harbours of the Republic shall be administered on business principles, due regard being had to agricultural and industrial development within the Republic and the promotion by means of cheap transport of the settlement of an agricultural and industrial population in the inland portions of all provinces. So then very important also, it says, so far as may be, the total earnings of railways, ports, and harbors shall be not more than are sufficient to meet the necessary outlay of workings, maintenance, betterment, and so forth. The amount of interest due on such capital invested shall be paid from railway and harbour fund into the consolidated revenue fund. But the point there, the point there is that railways has always been part of the core, the economy of the country, and this policy, the implementation of this policy, recognizes that. It clarifies, it provides clarity on what government is saying rail should look like and how it should be operating, and what are the commitments that should be made. We've now been joined by the Honorable Minister of Public Enterprises, Minister Pravin Gordhan. Maybe a couple of seconds to take a breath, but he will be providing us with a message from the Ministry of Public Enterprises. Minister.
Good morning, everyone. They don't give you a break here, eh? So firstly, my apologies for being late. I was meeting the delegation of the IMF that's in the country for 2 weeks to see whether all of you are behaving or not, and whether our country still stands or not as well. So that was an important priority for us. Firstly, let me greet my colleague, Minister Mbalula, the senior management of Transport, Department of Transport, and I didn't expect to see so many of you that are involved in the rail sector, but good morning to you as well. And thank you for your interest in what is increasingly becoming an important area. We all know that from a macroeconomic point of view, network industries play a critical role in the efficiency of an economy, in the viability of an economy, and the competitiveness of an economy, both from an internal point of view and an external point of view. And the logistics component of network industries is clearly, certainly for us in South Africa, but across the globe, pretty much at the forefront in terms of whether commercial activity in a country is taking place properly and would Do you want to come and speak here? Whether we have the right services to enable businesses to do what they have to do within a country. But I think during the course of the pandemic and now the war in Europe, we've also learned that logistics just doesn't happen on its own. That in particular, the kind of supply chain shocks that we've seen coming from the East has had major implications for trade, for availability of essential goods, but also other manufactured commodities that come from the East, and has implications for ordinary citizens in terms of what they have to pay for these commodities, and generally the cost of living, but also the cost of doing business as well. It also makes a significant impact on whether we as a country can trade effectively, because we are not just importers of goods into South Africa, we are also exporters of goods. And if we want to keep a healthy current account balance, at a macro level. It's important that we both import goods as we need them, but more importantly, take the innovative and other products of South Africa and make sure that they can leave our shores on an efficient basis as well. The rail sector is also one which is one of the inheritances that we have as our country, because the core elements of the rail sector, the way it's constructed, the geography of this sector is related to our past in terms of what we exported, where we exported from, and where we exported to. And that, in a sense, is the framework within which the rail policy, the practice of business on the rail side, whether it's Transnet or the private sector or anybody else, or the passenger component as well, operates within the current environment. Clearly what we're trying to do as government, as Minister Mbalula would have explained, is to give some coherent framework within which developments on the rail side take place. Secondly, how do we increase the efficiency of the rail system so that both in terms of commuters and in terms of commercial traffic, we don't have the impediments that we currently have that holds back efficiency of operations. And thirdly, how do we also increase investment in this area, both from a government point of view, but also from a partnership point of view with the private sector itself. And I'm sure that's going to be an important area of engagement with many of you as we go forward and as we begin to make changes in the current policy environment, but also the way in which we practice that policy as well. The policy also focuses on an important area, and that is how do we move goods off our roads onto the rail side, and how the developments on the rail side can actually cope with the new requirement and the shifts that need to happen. But what the floods recently in KZN has also told us, and generally the efficiency of the logistics system, is that the connectivity between rail and ports, the connectivity between sites of productive activity, mining, agriculture, industries, and sites of consumption within the country and outside are important considerations that we need to take into account as we look at both the modernization element but also the investment element as well, as far as rail is concerned. Security in the South African context is also important, because the kind of damage that is done and has been seen on the PRASA side, on the Transnet side, in terms of theft of infrastructure, damage to infrastructure, operation of syndicates, are all issues that are of concern both to you as a private sector, but to us as government as well. And that's becoming an increasing area of focus for the law enforcement side in our country to give a lot more serious attention to. I know many of you would say that the rail sector is significantly dominated by the state at this point in time. But as we move to, let's call it, the mixed economy being reflected in the rail sector, it's important that one of the key characteristics of our economy, which I was just speaking an hour ago to the IMF about, and this is their observation as well, which is the high level of concentration in our economy, in few hands. The high level of dominance by certain parts of the economy as well, of the rest of the economy. And some of you would argue that that applies to the state in certain sectors as well, is one of the key areas of transformation that we need to undertake. So we're going to require a lot of dialogue, a lot of exchange, maybe some arm wrestling as well, in order to come up with more creative ways in which there's a greater diversity of participation and effective operational roles for people who have been traditionally excluded from these sorts of areas of the economy itself. And perhaps the last point I want to make is something that our colleague, Minister Patel, would make, and that is how do we enhance the rail sector in a way in which we also enhance the manufacturing industry as well. Parts of that already exist in South Africa, and I'm sure that you would agree that there's a lot of potential for us to enhance it even further. And there were capacities in this country, particularly in this part of Gauteng, that over the last 20 years has been lost, and in many ways need to be regenerated, recreated in a new kind of way, because one of the lessons of the pandemic, I'm sure you would agree, is that having a high level of dependence on one or two areas in the world where the production strength lies is inherently risky. So we learned from the vaccine experience that where you had 2 or 3 manufacturers in the world, they firstly looked after their own national interest. Secondly, most developing countries were marginalized. And thirdly, you had to go with a begging bowl to make sure you get your fair share of vaccines. And so under the guidance of the WHO in that context, today there's a proliferation of capacities, not to just fill and finish, as they say, which is what's happening in Quebec at the moment, but also to produce the active pharmaceutical materials that our country is quite capable of doing with the kind of high-level scientists that we have. So in sum, let me congratulate Minister Mbalula and I think we are, and government more generally, for introducing the rail policy. I'm sure he will also agree not everything is perfect. It's open to dialogue, it's open to engagement, and let's make a success of this particular sector and invest in it in a way in which we contribute to the well-being of the economy as a whole. So once again, thank you for this opportunity.
Honorable Minister Pravin Gordhan, thank you very much. That was the message from the Ministry of Public Enterprises supporting the National Rail Policy, emphasizing that there is a value chain that we need to look at, and there are bottlenecks in that value chain. We need to deal with those value chain. The policy does present a coherent framework on how to deal with the value chain in South Africa, and he unpacked what that means. And the need for opening up the industry for increased participation through a mixed economy model, he emphasized. But he also said that you know, not everything is perfect. We don't work with perfection. In my other life, actually, I'm a student of music, and every time we perform, there will be a problem. Someone will play a wrong chord or a wrong note, but as you know, jazz musician, we know how to deal with those things. So, in fact, some of the recordings that you hear, I know the famous Manenbeck, Abdul Ibrahim, when he narrates the story of how they recorded that, you hear some of the squeakies of the saxophone from Basil Cossier at the time. But we enjoy those squeaks even today when we play it. Those squeaks are part of the music. So not everything is perfect, but we have to move on. We have to move on and make sure that we implement. The biggest enemy of progress is lack of momentum. So both ministries, transport and public enterprises are in support of this to implement this. They are saying, business, we've opened our hand, join us in the implementation journey. Thank you very much, Minister. We are now going to be moving to the next segment of the program. with panel discussions. So we'll take a short break. We'll rearrange the stage, and panel members will join us. Honorable MEC says we are stepping aside. Yes, and we'll be joined by panel members to take things a bit more further. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, settle. We are about to start. Panel members, if you can make your way to the stage. Yes, I have. Ladies and gentlemen, guests, honorable guests, we are starting with a panel discussion. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your attention. All right, we have with us 6 panelists. Remember what we said earlier. This is a half-time discussion. 28 years from 1994, we're talking 28 years into 2050. So we're talking what changes, what is it that needs to change, what are the critical success factors, who needs to do what are the actions, what are the decisions that need to be made, choices that need to be made, going forward to make sure that policy doesn't just become policy on paper, but policy as we see. So we've got panelists here with us who I'm going to introduce, who are going to unpack that, the halftime, what is it that needs to change, who are the substitutes, and so forth, going into the next 28 years. So with us here, Mr. Mwako Makaipeya. He is the Deputy Director General, Rail Transport, at the Department of Transport. He's responsible for leading the development of rail regulatory framework for the country, inclusive of rail safety regulation and setting the rail economic regulation regime and capacity. He's been in the industry, transport industry, for many, many years, approaching 2 decades. And he's been a board member of the Railway Safety Regulator, and also currently a shareholder representative in the board of Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, with a background in management, public policy. And then we also have Mr. Jaap van der Merwe. He's well known in the rail industry. He's been a part-time lecturer. He authors academic material on rail economics, train movement, control, rail engineering and capacity, at Transnet Chair in Railway Engineering at the University of Pretoria since 2011. He's the bank advisor on passenger rail, freight rail and logistics expert advisor since 2019, active in Ethiopia, Kenya, Mongolia, Nigeria, and South Africa. He's also the technical advisor of the Railway Safety Regulator's annual State of Safety report since 2016. We have with us also the CEO of the Railway Safety Regulator, Ms. Tsepo Khare. She assumed the responsibility on the 2nd of May 2022, but she's no stranger to the industry. She's been part of the industry for a while, having been a COO of the Rail Safety Regulator. Has got over 2 decades of experience in the transport sector, with management experience from business schools globally. She has expertise in roads, rail, ports, and aviation, and has been involved in a diverse range of projects in sub-Saharan Africa and the United Kingdom, in consulting and in multilateral agencies. Right, and then we have with us as well Dr. Andrew Shaw. He said, "You know me." That's because we've been at the CSIR way back at the CSIR together. He's been at the Development Bank of Southern Africa. He's been in advisory services, management consulting, and currently he's the lead strategy at Transnet Group. And then we also have Mr. David Mpilo. He says it's Mpilo, but he spells as Mpilo. He's the acting group CEO of the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa. When I met him today, I said, I'm surprised you still have black hair left. He has a wealth of experience in business sector. Over the years, he has built an exceptional career in multinational companies, spending over 2 decades, range of executive roles in a number of entities, including MTN, Microsoft South Africa, with background in computer science and management sciences. We also have the CEO of the Gautrain Management Agency, also said, you know me, is no stranger to the industry. He's been in National Treasury, responsible for all those roles that you see, practice notes and instruction notes, advice on public-private partnerships as well. But he's been part of the Gautrain Management Agency for a while. He's seen it all, and Gautrain Management Agency continues to shine under his leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with an applause the panel members. As a start, I will ask Mr. Makaipeya to just, scan the picture of why this event, what changes going forward, what does it mean, what does it mean to implement? Just scan the picture for us.
Good morning to the Honorable Minister of Transport, Minister Mbalula, Honorable Minister Pravin Gordhan, MEC, councillors present, chairperson of boards, captain of industry, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you all on behalf of the panel so that they don't have to greet you all individually, because we probably have to save time. Program Director, as government in general, we have had the knocks of the rail industry, especially both private sector and all partners, knocking to government to then say, how do we then assist you in the delivery of rail services? And in doing that, we have responded as a caring government. We have produced the first ever white paper on national rail policy, considering that we are a matured industry, but we have been operating for years. Some call it 150 years, some call it more, without this comprehensive policy. So we have this policy. We believe it's a game changer. It is a roadmap in taking us forward. And in addition to this, because you remember, our role as government is to create an enabling policy environment. The Minister of Transport in 2022 March, he has signed the Luxembourg Protocol, which is a very critical instrument to make affordability of rail equipment in the country, which therefore, in that regard, it will be able to then support the third-party access in terms of that financing element. And lastly, to then say, as a caring government, to ensure that the rules of the games are very fair in the implementation of the policy, we have set aside and we have put the interim rail economic regulatory capacity, which we believe in the current environment when we are still dealing with the regulatory framework and all the sectors. So as the minister has said, so that we don't wait for the development of the master plan and all these other things, we are able to kickstart the process and make difference within the rail sector. Thanks very much, Chair.
All right, game changer. Mr. Jaap van der Merwe, game changer, it says. Your reflections, initial reflections?
Thank you, Program Director, Honorable Ministers, and all of protocol. I've been 41 years in this industry now, and I stand on the feet of giants, and I still live in their shadow. And I tallied up the time, and I've spent, of that 41 years, I spent 22% training and 34% in transformation of sorts, and only 44% of that time productively using the rail system. I think that is the message. The game changer is we cannot carry on transforming. Now that we have a policy, I think the market has now certainty and it can go forward. If I may, Chair, I learned 7 things over these years which I'd like to share as a technician. We have enough network capacity, but we struggle with protecting, resourcing, and utilizing it. That's the first thing. And sadly, to make the point, South Africa is now the global leader in theft and vandalism of railway assets, which is not a position we want to be in. And given that high cost of, fixed cost of the railways, you know, the operational excellence will stand and fall by our ability to utilize the capacity. We still work on a 1981 statement on capacity utilization, which is, it's not good. Secondly, this is the reality. You cannot run a $400 billion economy, which is 1.2 million square meters in size with 60 million inhabitants, without a functioning railway. Why? Because ships are too large for trucks, and taxis and buses are too small for mass transit, and trains offer the lowest cost of transport. Thirdly, the value for money in a train service is determined by just 4 elements of service quality. Firstly, reliability, meaning running trains on a scheduled basis on time. Safety of passengers and cargo, meaning no theft, damage or harm. Responsiveness to the market, the missed commodity cycle debate. And communications with customers, track and trace, time of departure, time of arrival. Which if we then do just those 4 things, and we've researched it over and over, quality is then fairly rewarded, you know, by effective cost, passenger trips, and market-bearing freight rail tariffs. We do not do those 4 things well, and we must change that. Then both freight and passenger service railways have positive returns to economies of density and not economies of scale. So less network with more trains on is a good way to develop our economy. Currently, you know, we're not in that position. And then, you know, given the high capital costs, railways always start out as monopolies. What we are busy with today is to say the opportunities for an oligopoly, and mature oligopolies is really where we're heading towards. So there's a major role to play for the SOEs going forward. All over the world, irrespective of the market structure, we will have participants, but we can't get rid of the SOEs in any way, shape or form to underpin this economy. And sixthly, since railways are complex socio-technical systems, the truly successful leaders demonstrate an in-depth, boots-on-the-ground knowledge and understanding, normally acquired over a long time in history. So if I just look around the room, there are many lifers here. And the people know the storyline, and we have many examples which we can discuss on another time. And lastly, I don't think the industry needs consultants. What it needs is the employees to be heard, and that is the key. You know, in railway, if you're a lifer, the last thing you want to do is be sidestepped over your career. Zig Ziglar said, you don't build a business, you build people, and then your people will build your business for you. So thank you, sir. From a game changer, I think the table is now laid, and we can most definitely step forward from this in all these dimensions to liberate the market. Thank you.
Ms. Khare, you are being accused directly to say we were not doing these things. What changes? Your perspectives, you know, going forward. Opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to recognize the Honorable Minister Mbalula and Honorable Minister Gordhan and all protocols observed. I think, as indicated by earlier speakers, is it better? As indicated by earlier speakers, the policy is most welcome, as it gives impetus, at least, to some of the efforts that the Railway Safety Regulator have initiated. And I will talk to those throughout this discussion. Of course, the policy is expected to galvanize the sector and attract investment from government and private sector. And I also believe that there's a role for the development finance institutions to play, like the African Development Bank, not only to contribute to infrastructure investment, but for knowledge exchange as well. In my view, it is clear that the policy statements that the revitalization of the South African railway infrastructure is a priority for government. And as such, the railway safety regulator, we are encouraged by the direction of the policy in this regard. Incidentally, this comes at a time when we have seen the worst devastation of the railway network. We note as the regulator, based on some of our preliminary observations in terms of the statistics, that the decline that we're likely to see in the numbers around theft and vandalism may not necessarily be as a result of improved security conditions. It is because most of the vulnerable infrastructure has already been stolen. I make an argument that there's literally nothing left to steal. As an industry struggling to compete with that, we therefore run the risk of allowing the sector to collapse in our time. To that extent, it is imperative that we find a way to halt and reverse the decline of the railway network, and that cannot be overemphasized, Chairperson. This being one of the stated policy objectives, therefore creates an enabling environment for all of us to restore the integrity of rail as a backbone of land-based transport and key contributor to economic development. This promises to deliver a rail service that works for the people of South Africa, a safe, efficient, reliable, affordable, and sustainable system which gets people where they need to be, when they need to be there. Of course, the real test of this policy is how we move beyond the statements into the implementation phase. And judging by the turnout today, the level of industry leadership representation we see, I believe all of us have the necessary resolve to achieve the aspiration of this policy, which really reflects the aspirations of many South Africans. To achieve our collective aspirations, the policy's primary intervention is revitalization of the network with a substantial investment in infrastructure to improve competitiveness. Of course, it also gives direction on how investments should be approached. As a transport planner myself, that's quite exciting because it advances the centralization of rail planning, of the rail planning component. While the long-term strategic direction is the establishment of a standard gauge network, and that provides massive opportunities for operators to improve on safety. The infrastructure investments adds to that because for us, from a safety perspective, creating a standard gauge or a new line means you've got a dedicated service, probably and performing at the same levels as Gautrain, so we would like to see more of that. But in the immediate, we all recognize that we have an existing network. Which network we now have to revitalize, which is the existing Cape Gauge. Of course, the investments that would be attracted in improving the rolling stock, as we've seen with the PRASA Blue Train, is one point to be excited about. The infrastructure investment that you'd see as part of the recovery of PRASA will also mean, and of course, the involvement of private sector in improving the network means for us there's a big opportunity for operators to attain improved safety levels. But it would be a shame, therefore the regulator will continue to provide support in terms of conducting technology review, making sure that the risks that are attracted by all these new technologies are mitigated appropriately. But I think, Program Director, it would be remiss of us, while we're all excited about the investment, and I have mentioned the security concerns that we raise as the RSR, I'm glad to see that in the policy there is an aspect which tries to deal with securing our assets. I think it would be responsible of us as industry to invest in all these assets and not protect them properly. The RSR, on its part, will obviously look at the safety management systems and make sure that we do get the necessary security management in place together with the operators to ensure that we secure our assets. But I think a call as well to communities. Rail affects all of us. This is our asset as a nation, and it is imperative that we also call on commuters and our communities to mobilize around the protection of assets, report vandalism and theft that we see in the network space. Thank you very much.
Ms. Hare, she's very diplomatic for a regulator. But I want to hear later on what changes in the regulatory space. How will you bite? What does this policy give you as a basis to really become that regulator with teeth. Dr. Shaw, you've been in and out, you've been a critic, you're now in the lead, Transnet strategy. Your reflections, initial reflections?
I'll now be heard. First, let me start by greeting both honourable ministers. It's a auspicious occasion to be providing insights into a very significant policy change. And Transnet backs the change that has been initiated by the department. I think the one thing that we want to start to do is point out just its complexity. So this afternoon I'm representing Fikile Mbalula. She is in the audience. She just returned from a Labour engagement to discuss just the same issue with Labour, and obviously there are concerns in that regard. Let me start by identifying some of the processes that Transnet has already begun with. So Transnet has essentially preempted a lot of the policy debate by bringing slots to the table, and we've initiated a process through TFR, and that is on the Gauteng to Durban, Gauteng to Gqeberha, and Gauteng to East London lines, to make available slots for initial private sector access. TFR has received 19 applicants for 2-year contracts. Now, I know that has been challenging for some, but actually the market norm is for a 1-year contract. And the reason for that is to create dynamism in the allocation of space within a slot access type model. We initiated this process on the basis that we can only really provide the network in the condition in which it is in. That implies that as we use it is the condition to which we can provide to others. And an important point that other speakers have made is that there is a considerable need for funding of the network from a passenger and from a freight perspective. We estimate at this point, even on our primary network, in other words, not looking at branch lines and the lesser used parts of the network, we only adequately fund that network by about 30% of its funding requirement. And if we continue in this way, we actually won't have slots to sell. So it's very important for DOT to consider the funding-based model that we move towards. If I can also say that we're working on a proposal, and it links back to funding, to separate the network into 3 categories, A, B, and C. The A category of the network would be the 26 ton per axle network. It largely deals with bulk freight. The B part of the network would be a high intensely used part of the network that uses lower weight limitations. That's largely Gauteng to Durban, Gauteng to East London, etc. And then the C part of the network, which the policy talks about at length, which is largely the branch line parts of the network, the underutilized parts of the network. And the rationale for looking at the network in these 3 categories is to try and create a funding model where access is provided to operators in a way that they appropriately fund the network. It's very easy to cherry pick across the freight rail network. And Transnet is very clear that in managing access as part of our early responsibility in this regard, we have to ensure that the tariffing or the pricing is responsible and ensures that the network integrity is kept in place and that we adequately maintain the complete network. And that requires a regulatory model, which we're in discussions with DOT around at this point. I want to also reflect on a point that was raised by Minister Gordhan, which is our ability to use the network to ensure industrial development, particularly given that Gauteng is some distance from the coast, as well as the connection points between mining and the key ports, is a critical aspect towards planning the network as we go forward. From a Transnet perspective, we have initiated a process of accounting separation, which separates the infrastructure from the operations. We essentially have completed that process, so we have transparency around how those costs are allocated. We continue on our approach where we regard Transnet as the dominant operator, and the model that we've used globally to compare ourselves against is Deutsche Bahn. Deutsche Bahn operates about 70% of freight services within the German network, and about 30% and growing is operated by the private sector. They have created transparency in how they fund those 2 elements, operations and infrastructure. And we've engaged in a process of bringing some of their experiences to bear in terms of how we manage the process going forward. From a regulatory perspective, I've already mentioned the importance of creating a tariffing regime that protects the integrity of the network and making sure that it's funded. But we also know that there are a number of issues around rolling stock which need to be addressed. At the moment, we hold the dominant fleet of rolling stock, and we will continue to have grandfather rights, if that's the correct word, for the existing operations. So in other words, all the existing contracted operations we will continue to sustain going forward. Access to rolling stock is a point that needs to be engaged with DOT and with the regulator to ensure that private sector players do have access to a fleet that enables them to provide services across the network. In respect of how we have purchased rolling stock, I think it's important to point out that we've had very significant local content requirements from DTIC, and that it's important that anybody that comes to the network must sustain those same local content requirements if you're going to be competing with Transnet as the dominant operator. Otherwise, the playing fields are not level. In the same respect, and in respect of the costs of labor, our approach is that industry must join us at the same bargaining council so that the costs of labor across the system remain equitable, that labor is appropriately compensated, and that there's fair competition in respect of the services that are operated. Perhaps let me leave it there and pass back to you, Mateta.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. You said something very interesting, access to fleet, which appears to, be different from what the policy says around operators should bring their own rolling stock. So something to clarify there, I think, at some stage. Yeah?
I think the point that was made is that we would like to compete on the basis that fleet is provided to different players, but that we can't be the source of that fleet. It must be accessed by each individual operator, but it must be done in a way that's transparent and fair. We can't have a local content requirement in terms of the purchase of locomotives and wagons that other players in the industry don't have to meet. I think that's the important point from our perspective. Thanks.
And now the passenger rail operators. I'll start with Mr. Dax, Gautrain Management Agency. Your initial views on practicalities, going forward. What changes?
Thank you, Mateta. I'm going to speak today from a Gautrain perspective as well as a provincial planning one. But maybe just to start off, I am probably the least liked or most criticized person in the country for running an efficient rail system. So I get accused of everything. It's too expensive, it's elitist, it's not affordable to people. So I would like to put my hand up and on behalf, I think of, as I said, of the Gautrain and the provincial government in terms of its rail planning components, is to welcome the national rail policy, because it brings a sense of order that is really going to allow us to make rational decision making. The lack of a rail policy for years has really made decision making in government incredibly difficult. And that really inhibits investment decisions. And government is already complex enough. So to be able to have honest discussions about subsidy elements, about localization, about the prices that are charged, is now going to happen in a clear policy environment. So really, we're very, very excited. But I think as the rail policy states, Gauteng has already invested a significant amount in a modern, well-functioning rail system in the form of the Gautrain. But it's also invested a lot in an institution like the Gautrain Management Agency. And along with us as a sister organization, not represented here, is the Transport Authority. And again, the concept of integrated planning is very, very important. So I think from a Gauteng point of view, we're very well aligned with many of the policies set out in the white paper. Integrated transport planning, making passenger rail the backbone of our future system, and seeking private sector investment. You know, we're the only PPP in rail in the country at the moment, and we've really learned a lot of lessons there. I deliberately didn't greet the two ministers in the beginning, and I do so now, but with a slight twist on it. I think that the Minister of Transport and the Minister of Public Enterprises should be rebranded as the Ministers of Economic Development. Because one thing that comes out, but you have to read it in the National Rail Policy, is the economic impact, not only of running efficient rail networks, but in the investments themselves. We on Gautrain have demonstrated, I think, that we could generate R2.60 for every rand of investment made. Now that's powerful. And I haven't even got to the elements of developments around stations, and I'm going to talk from a passenger point of view, but the spin-offs, where the economic benefits from investments around our stations actually dwarfed the cost of the train itself. So this is private investment around our stations because of the efficiency elements in that. Then the way that we spend our money, local supply chains, job creation, all of this, what we call the socio-economic development impacts are so powerful. So if we get this policy right and we can implement it, I think that those two ministers their legacy will be of economic development rather than the more narrow titles which we currently enjoy. The challenge, it's implementation. You're going to hear that again and again today. I have no doubt that the short and medium-term objectives will be achieved. The National Department of Transport has put its hand up. It's going to develop, it's very clear in the policy, all of the frameworks, all of the acts. But they can't implement. The National Department of Transport is not an implementation entity. And that's where Gautrain, PRASA, Transnet, the metros, provinces, everyone's got to work together in a coordinated fashion to achieve the goals that are set down. So if I can just end off, just to confirm, on behalf, I'm going to call it the Gauteng team, if the Premier was here, he would endorse this as well. The MEC was here, he does endorse it, is that we are fully committed and will support the National Department of Transport team in any way that we can. Any lessons that we've learned, any resources that we've built up, we will make available because we want to be part of this brighter future for passenger rail in South Africa.
All right. That was Mr. William Dachs from the Gautrain Management Agency. Some serious statements there. Interesting recommendations. We'll get to that just now. Mr. Mpilo, you are the largest passenger rail operator. Your initial, reaction?
Let me start by saying good morning to our honorable ministers, Minister Mbalula, Minister Gordhan. Perhaps let me also steal the moment and say it's an honor to welcome you to one of our stations, which is an intersection point between ourselves and Gautrain. We under siege, we know that, but we've been able to protect some of the infrastructure. As you can see, this is evidence of that. Program Director, we are an implementation arm or entity for the Department of Transport. And this comes at an opportune time as we rebuild the business, we recover the service as well. So it clears up the direction in terms of the implementation plan as we recover. But there are other things that are coming out clear in the policy as well. In as much as we may define this as a moment where competition is introduced into the passenger rail space, including freight rail, we see this as co-opetition and an opportunity for partnerships as well. It opens up space for us to then focus on what we're doing at the moment and recover in our area as compared to spreading ourselves too thin across the rail network. There is also a case to review our funding model. We are heavy on capital expenditure at the moment, but we also need to consider the maintenance and the protection of our infrastructure as well. So we do need a balanced funding going forward, and it's a discussion that we need to have. We've got a modernization program, and I think the department right now with that, we need to align our modernization program with what the rate policy sets out, so that it's out and clear, and also meets the passenger rail service accordingly. For us and Transnet, not trying to speak on behalf of our sister company, it does push us as the owners of the network to work closer and collaborate a lot more, because we are the ones that are going to open up access to third parties and other operators as well. The last comment is the door is open for state asset like Gibela at the moment on how do we then further utilize the rolling stock that we're producing in country at the moment. And I think it's an opportunity probably to open that partnership, and also the leasing possibilities and opportunities for companies that are willing to come into the network to say, we've got state assets, we're producing trains in here, can we partner at that level? So instead of defining that as competition, it's co-opetition. That's where I will leave it, Program Director.
All right, Mr. Mpilo, thank you. What is part of what is emerging? A couple of things I want to highlight is earlier is around basics, going back to basics, and I'll get to you, Mr. Makaipe, to respond. Going back to basics, but then something also that is emerging is around funding. Transnet is saying we've done we've run the numbers. We have models that show what it means in terms of rand and cents, in terms of opening up. But we need to really look at this funding issue. Same thing, coming from PRASA to say, we hear you, we are in support, but one of the critical success factors is to make sure that we get the funding right. What does it say to you from the Department of Transport when you hear that?
It's very much dealing with that issue. Will we have to obviously deal with the issue of funding and say, as government, we believe that infrastructure is a strategic asset that government must own. And that's the element that we need to fund. And the introduction, one of the private sector, we see that as one of the funding streams that obviously their contribution to rolling stock will therefore limit government funding in that regard, because either they'll be bringing their own rolling stock in terms of that investment, which has less government risk, or secondly, they'll lease to the existing operators if there's any of those particular issues. And I think the policy is very clear in terms of what are then the localization requirements, working together with the DTIC to ensure that that is realized. And obviously we know that will translate itself in terms of job creation within the country. So that's the element of funding, and then that's key element, how we deal with that as government. But we believe we need to put that motivation in as government. We need to fund that strategic infrastructure.
All right. Dr. Shaw, your numbers, can you unpack that a bit? You've run those numbers. They say this is what, okay, I'm an aspiring operator. I come to you and say, I've heard you talk about slots. I want to see what is it that I can access in those slots. You've run the numbers. What do you say to me as an aspiring operator? The policy talks about involvement of the youth, involvement of small enterprises. What are the numbers saying? For the aspiring entrant in the market.
Data, I think some of the challenge for us within Transnet is the complexity of taking the policy, which has, very laudable ambitions, and I align very much with the DOT and with William around that. What we hope to achieve is really very fundamental in terms of our country. But the challenge of actually making it happen on the ground are in an environment of significant infrastructure theft, lack of funding on the network. The recent floods in and around Durban have indicated just the extent of infrastructure requirement that we've had to pump back into the network. And that calls into question, what does it mean for a private operator? What certainty do you have around this slot access at a particular time, at a certain degree of reliability, and how much are you going to pay for that slot? We've got to go through a process of getting all of those things right, and it's going to take some time. And I think we're probably going to, if you can use your analogy of the jazz quartet, we're going to make a few wrong notes in that process. But one has to give a little bit of space for Transnet as the dominant freight owner and operator to work with DOT and the interim regulator to create an equitable funding model that is supported by tariffs that support the whole network. By dealing with the issues of the current network condition and what that means for reliability of operating trains, particularly given the security constraints we have in the system. And then potentially sharing the impact of not being able to operate as reliably as we had hoped. So there's going to be a challenge in the early phases, and we're going to have to work through that in some detail. What is critical for us as Transnet is that there's equitable access to the network and an approach in which all operators are fairly treated in terms of the expenditure that they have on rolling stock and how they access networks, but also that we create a funding model that actually improves the network over time.
All right, and then the policy further says, and I'm coming to you, Mr. Van der Merwe. The policy talks about, in the line of access, the branch lines. There were some work done over the years. So a small operator says, I want access to the branch lines, for whatever purpose. But it appears that that has not worked for a number of reasons. You cannot recover, as the policy says, acknowledges there are a number of, call them experiments that have been implemented over the years to get branch lines, working once again. From where you're sitting as an expert in the industry, you talked about basics. What needs to be done? If I'm an aspiring operator, I say I have some ideas around branch lines. What is it that could work that hasn't worked going forward?
Thank you. Am I audible? Am I audible? So what has changed in this policy is the limit of access on the branch lines was the edge of the branch line. And that disallowed the branch line operator to transit the entire network on an end-to-end basis. So they could pick up their customers' freight, but they couldn't deliver it to their customer's freight. And that makes it almost impossible to afford a business model in the first mile, if you like, on the branch line. This policy now allows access for that branch line operator to take the traffic to where it should go, in an orderly basis, regulated under the access regime. And that changes the nature of the business model of a branch line operator. Before that, branch line operator essentially was looking after a section of the track, and the little bit of traffic that was on that branch line was available to move. Now, this is fundamentally different. And I think what will happen now is we'll have more and more industries at the edges of the branch lines, such as the agricultural market, coming back to the rail, because it allows their appointed operator, which in many cases will be TFR anyway, to transit the network to the other side. So I can now pick up a Derby at the silo maize, I can rail it to the port in East London as a branch line operator. Whereas previously I could only take it to the main line and then had to hand it over to Transnet in a painful handover process of meets made of locomotives and drivers and equipment and then only have it railed on. And that makes it very unattractive and financially almost impossible for a branch line operator to survive. So I think this is a game changer, the access that comes, the third-party access that comes with the branch line. Thank you.
Okay. And Ms. Hare, earlier you talked about, nothing more to steal, and it was touched on earlier around the basics, getting the basics right. Nothing more to steal. What is it? Some people say, what are we talking about? There's nothing, there's really nothing, to talk about, because there's, like you say, nothing more to steal. But then we have the next, few years. There are, very bold statements being made in the policy, document. What changes? What would you like to see change? Going forward, practically, so that we do not experience what was experienced in the past 28 years.
Okay, thank you very much. Am I audible? Can you hear me? Yeah. I think maybe just to pick up on that, nothing more to change is an expression to demonstrate just the level or the extent at which this theft and vandalism has actually distracted the network. But what the policy does bring forward, at least for the regulator, one of their activities, of course, is for us to keep a register for security risks. And I think that provides good information for industry to understand where the risks lie. Obviously, that's something we do in collaboration with industry. But I also think that if you ask me what needs to happen more, the security cluster, South African Police, which is a critical component of ensuring that the network is safe. And not only the assets, but also the security of persons using the network. And also the entire justice system. As you know, from the time somebody steals a cable and the prosecution process, of course, ensuring that all of the intelligence that is required for us to understand where exactly this cable theft is happening, who's behind it, and ensuring that we're able to work with that. I see in the policy, we make a statement that we would want to be part of the committee, the security committee that looks at such, and that would also, as DOT, that would also enable the industry to get better information, be better coordinated in ensuring that there is security. Because if you look at the budget of the operators and what they are currently spending on security, I think it's almost, if you look at PRASA budget in terms of security, you think that that is their core business. The core business is to move people, not necessarily to provide security. But it has come to a stage where the operators are spending so much money on ensuring that there is security. But also maybe just to pick up on a point that Mr. Van der Merwe put forward around third-party access. It does provide an opportunity for RSR to also look at the improved interface management between the network operator as well as the train operators or the various operators that participate on the system. As he says today, when you're running a branch line, you only go up until the main line, and therefore the risk remains with Transnet. But going forward, it means even in terms of how we calculate our permit fees, we now need to look, and the policy makes provision for that. We now need to look at a model for our permit fees that obviously recognizes the performance in terms of occurrences or incidents that are on that particular network. But since Transnet model that actually tries to focus on ensuring that there are incentives for safety improvements on the network by the operators, and obviously when the performance, the safety performance is low, there would obviously be the necessary stick which comes through the funding model, the permit fee model, sorry. A third aspect that I think, because you did say, so I'll just take up the opportunity. A third aspect that you also talked about what changes, is that the policy does give us provision to regulate or to register or license what we call safety critical grades. in our investigations, we do recognize the contributions of human factors to a lot of the occurrences that we have, collisions that we've experienced. We've seen so we will look at competence of drivers, fitness for duty issues, and ensuring that the entire system has the necessary skilled individuals who are going to contribute to ensuring that the network is run in a safe manner. Thank you.
We'll go to the audience for a couple of questions just now, 2 or 3 questions. Definitely, I'd like to get a question from labor, organized labor, if you're here. Anyone from organized labor? Yes, so we'll give one to just now. And then one from an aspiring entrant. You really want to get in here, but you've had, some question marks. We'll give you a chance just now. And then a business that is dependent, on the services. So you are a business dependent on the services and infrastructure. You've got something burning. You want to see some change. Raise your hand to be recognized. No one? Oh, you okay? So yeah, we'll get to you just now. Before that, Mr. Dax, the regulator talks about security. How do you get your security right? There doesn't seem to be vandalism on your network, at least from what we are seeing. There are a lot of dependencies that are being created. There's a dependency on the security cluster. There's a dependency on other actors in the value chain. Do you have the similar kind of dependencies, or what is it that you think should be done to improve a safety environment? The regulator talked about the model, the financing model for security as well. But how do you get it right? What do you want to see, especially for a large network like PRASA and Transnet?
Mateta, that is a very unfair question. So you ask the 80-kilometer guy to advise the 20,000-kilometer people. But I'll try it. I think if we go back to, I think it was level 5 lockdown, we flooded the rail reserve with security personnel. So there's a physical aspect to security that you just cannot ignore. The second thing which we did was, and there was a very good operation of, can I say, criminal intelligence networks. So there were, at a provincial level, there were a variety of war rooms and control rooms where the security cluster could work with the transport cluster. And my question is, why does it only happen at level 5 of a lockdown? I think those councils have kind of moved away and they've disintegrated. I think we should resuscitate those, and really the provision of intelligence was very useful to us because we knew where the hotspots were, and then with the South African Police Service in closed reserve, I think we were able to stop. It was literally one intrusion every night, and through those measures they slowly ramped down again. So please don't take this as the 80-kilometer person being arrogant. I think these are some suggestions with which we could follow it. And of course, technology. I think the use of drone technology, CCTV, rapid response teams probably also helps as well.
All right. And then just a quick reflection before we go to the audience. Quick reflection on that, the practicalities of the security environment from both Transnet and PRASA. What does this say to you? What is your response? What is it that you want to see, changing, going forward practically to improve the safety environment for this policy to be a success? Let's start with you, Mr. Mpilo.
So cable theft, if you look at it where it starts, on one part is a global phenomenon. It's not targeted at PRASA alone, it's not targeted at Transnet alone. There's Eskom involved, there's City Power, as it goes. It therefore says our response to this must be an integrated, collaborated approach. We've seen examples in the Western Cape where we are robust in terms of protecting our infrastructure, but the syndicates then go and hit the Eskom power point of delivery, which then ends up affecting our own service on the other end. It forces us to collaborate a lot closer between the war rooms, the intelligence, and also the responses on both sides. And the same with Transnet. So it's forcing us to collaborate a lot closer. And I guess when we get into branch lines, it's going to be the same. We need an integrated approach in terms of security. Because if I had to go and look at my infrastructure and forget about what's next on the other side, you open up a gap in between for syndicates and thieves and vandalists to go and take that advantage in that gap.
All right, and then from Transnet, if we can have a response, especially given the policy talks about modernization in the next few years. There's, especially, the Transnet network, there will be, these kind of rail gauges, there will be, the main lines will be, upgraded to a certain standard. And what does it mean from a security perspective? What are the practical things that you believe should be done, are not being done, going forward, to make sure that the policy is a success?
Mateta, yeah. Transnet's challenge is that we have a very significant network to protect. And a lot of it is electrified, and that means that there's a significant amount of copper on the overhead cables that is the key target. TFR has had quite a good level of success, although I wouldn't say they're winning the battle, through performance-based contracting on security, which I think talks a very similar approach to what William has raised, and also reintroducing war rooms into the key corridors so that there's a rapid response that we perhaps didn't have in the past. From my perspective, and if I can link back to the discussion from PRASA, is that we would really benefit from copper being I'm not quite sure what the right terminology is here, but reallocated as a metal in the same way that some more valuable metals are, which puts greater regulation on it. I think there's a terminology. I just can't think of it at this point. In addition, is for government to consider putting more restrictions on the export of copper. We know that a lot of our copper is cut up, put in containers and exported through our same ports because we found it. So regulating copper more significantly, bringing the security cluster closer to us, and I hesitate to say because I'm an advocate for this, but it's not always broadly advocated, is potentially bringing the military in on some of the key corridors to create a level of protection and stabilize the network in the immediate future. They can perhaps be removed at some point in time, but at the moment we have a crisis. Thanks.
All right. We'll now go to the members of the audience in the order that was recognized. Can we first have organized labor? There's a roving mic, please, to the gentleman waving his hand here. All right. Can we get be short to the point? If you all could also introduce yourself.
Is it there it is now? Thanks. To start off, somebody asked the situation outside there. Like one train driver told me the other day, when he signs on duty, it feels like he's walking into a graveyard. The atmosphere for safe working out there is very difficult. Very difficult. And to work under these conditions, we should all take our hat off to those that sign on duty every day. It's good to hear back to basics. it's good to hear change. But currently there's no good relationship between freight rail and PRASA, especially the long distance trains. There's no respect currently for passenger trains. Passenger trains are running 8, 12 hours late. They've got to wait for goods trains to pass them. That was not the situation in the past. Mr. Van der Merwe and other grey hairs like me will remember. Passenger trains were prioritized. And that's why there need to be improvement in the relationship between PRASA and Transnet Freight Rail. The situation outside, what I previously said to the Minister, the stations lying dormant there for 20 years now. Take a bulldozer and flatten them. That will create a situation that train drivers will feel more comfortable. Moving to the branch lines, Mr. Van Merwe will remember the Kirkwood line. We had 2 citrus trains running every day. You could never make a profit on that basis. How it's going to improve and change is very difficult to understand. But wherever there's job creation, Labour will support all the way. But things need to be improved, and very soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You said your name?
Sorry, Chris de Vos, representing Labour on the board, ex-General Secretary of UNTU.
All right, thank you, sir. And then the aspiring entrant, if you could take the lady on her feet, introduce yourself, brief to the point.
I'm not known to be brief to the point. Minister Mbalula, I would like to congratulate you, your DOT team.
If you could introduce yourself.
My name is Ms. Selan Tlapo. I am the CEO of the African Rail Industry Association, and most of the people that are sitting in here, they come through our invite because they want to invest. Minister Mbalula, your team has respected the principles of Batupili principles in terms of engagement, in terms of engaging with private sector. So the national rail policy that we see today is not dictated by government, but rather it's a South African national rail policy. So from our side as ARIA, thank you very much. And then I believe, Minister Mbalula, that the rail policy, it's for private sector, it's for PRASA, and it's for Transnet as well. And we expect that the bid that was put out, that is withdrawn as it is not in line with the national policy. I don't have a grandfather, and the grandfather rights that they're talking about, I don't know. But the conditions that have been set by Transnet at the moment, it almost as if they want third-party access not to work. I get asked by a young gentleman that, how do I go into this industry? Now, if there has to be a bargaining council, already some of us belong to other bargaining councils. It cannot be a condition that if you don't belong to our bargaining council, then you will not participate. That is uncompetitive behavior and is unacceptable to industry. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ndlapo, thank you. And then the last input, the gentleman here is raising his hand. If you could, he runs businesses that depend on the infrastructure and operations. Very quickly, we need to wrap up.
My name is Tapelo Page. I'm the chairman of Tshwane Chamber of Business and NAVCOC City of Tshwane. My issues around the policies around the devolution of PRASA into metros. We know very well that when we look at this, we must not have a forgotten that South Africa was based on spatial development. So the concessioning that the government is talking about, it means they're going to be cherry picking from private sector. For example, if you look at Cape Town Southern Line to Stellenbosch, that's the most profitable route for PRASA. And when you look at Mamelodi, Mabopane, those are the profitable routes for PRASA. And we know that the principle of rail in South Africa depends on cross-subsidization. Even when you look at Gautrain, it's been subsidized. So when you devolve, you must not forget that there is a history behind any private sector participation, because we are going to live. I don't have a balance sheet to raise the money from RMB to do concessioning. And we know very well that some certain areas of rail, there's still a problem between PRASA and Transnet. For example, Southern Route to Orange Farm. It's a Transnet line that PRASA cannot develop because of that political, I don't know what. But let's look at PRASA until 2015. PRASA has demonstrated that it can run better on a better subsidized from government. It was 23% to 47%. And trains were running at 97 and 98% on time. So I'm saying, let's not go far. Let's look up until 2015 and let's see what is the problem in the policy and supporting that PRASA must be able to transport the people accordingly. I'm standing here, I've been in trains from my childhood until university. And PRASA was running correctly. So the policy must not address the interests only of the private sector that have balance sheet. It must address the needs of socio-economic development of South Africa. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. There's still some interested hands, but in the interest of time, let us respond. I'll start with Mr. Makaipeya. Just some responses, but also Transnet. You've been accused of certain things. If you could respond to that, and then PRASA, they're saying you have a very interesting relationship with Transnet. How can we improve that relationship going forward? Labour is saying so. Can we start with yourself, Mr. Makaipeya?
Thanks, Program Director. Just to talk to the issue of the devolution of rail. It is very clear in the policy that in consideration of that devolution of passenger rail, there needs to be some detailed analysis in terms of looking at the capacity and where PRASA can run. And the policy clarifies that is where PRASA cannot run services. And I think in those instances, we have been approached a couple of times by those who are interested in working with PRASA in running that. And I did mention that infrastructure is strategic and that PRASA will continuously, it will remain in the hands of government. And that PRASA will, even if private sector were to be involved, there are models to be able to deal with that, because where we are, we consider passenger rail as a public good, and as government will continuously consider to subsidize that. And even the policy itself make that reflection. Thanks very much.
All right, Dr. Shaw. Serious accusations there.
Thank you for the questions. Let me start with the first one in respect to the relationship between PRASA and Transnet. We work on that relationship continuously. I think what is clear is that during that COVID period, the ability of both our organizations to respond to the degree of theft and vandalism on the network reached a kind of critical position where we were actually overwhelmed. And if you don't believe that, go out onto the West Rand and look at the degree of vandalization and theft of network infrastructure. A lot of it is PRASA, but it's also ours. So we have to work more closely together, absolutely agreed. And that is the reason that a number of the remarks you made are absolutely true. It takes us 3 or 4 times the length of time to operate train services on some of the key corridors, particularly where they have to traverse the metropolitan areas, both on our network and the PRASA network, because those are the hotspots that we've had to try and respond to. And while I say we may have stabilized that war slightly, and TFR, I'm not sure if you want to comment on this, but we're not winning the war on theft and vandalism. We're still in the trenches. So I think that's a challenge for both of us. In respect of the current bidding process and the slot allocation model, I think one of the important remarks that I'd like to make is that we've actually preempted the policy. We've come out to market well before the policy has required us to, because we believe that actually providing third-party access onto our network actually will help us to fund and maintain the network. If we look at other providers such as Deutsche Bahn in Germany, a considerable portion of the income that they get for funding network infrastructure comes from third parties. So if we're not using a slot and we can get somebody else to use it, and they can in return fund us for the use of that slot, that helps us in a very severely constrained environment. But you have to take into account the circumstances that we find ourselves in. The network is in a very poor condition, so we can't guarantee perfect operations. We have an existing labor pool within Transnet, and they are compensated through a bargaining council that is already in place, and it's the same bargaining council that PRASA uses. We can't now create different bargaining councils. We have to keep a degree of sensibility around how we position the first tranches of slot allocation and opening up the network. It has to be a managed process, and that's what I tried to indicate at the beginning in the sort of opening remarks that I made. The other thing to say is that we've initiated the first slot allocation model without penalties on either side, and the reason that we've done that is so that we can test the system and try to work with operators to create a situation in which they are successful on our network in the status and condition that it is, so that we can make the DOT policy fulfill its outcome. Thanks very much.
All right. That conversation will need to continue. Lastly, Mr. Mpela, then we will ask panel members to just wrap up as we close the session. Especially around Labour says you need to improve the relationship, you two, Transnet, PRASA. What is happening is not good. How do we do that going forward?
So I think in my earlier comments I said the policy itself is pushing us to collaborate a lot better. Where we are today, are we 100% in terms of the way we interfacing? I cannot stand here and say we 100%. There's still a little bit of work that we need to do. So the policy is now forcing us to do that, more so that we're going to introduce third parties that are going to transverse across our networks. I think going back into the question around the long-distance passenger service, we now have learned that where there is lesser traffic, there's an opportunity for vandalists and thieves. Whether it's freight or we combine it with passenger. What the rail policy has now opened up is the utilization component thereof, which will then increase the service and the frequency of service on those lines. It now closes the gap in terms of space for vandalists and thieves to go and cut the cables. Right now, with just the two of us transversing the long distance network, it's open for all. I can give you an example. The train from Joburg to East London, we go through a problem all the time between Vereeniging and Kroonstad because there's not that frequency, which then gives us that time and the gap for thieves to do what they need to do. Are we working on, in terms of the relationship, are we working better? CEO Mzimela, I speak on your behalf here. We're working on it, and we would like to get the relationship and the collaboration to a different level. Thank you.
All right. We're about to close this session, ladies and gentlemen. I just want the panel members to just give us their final inputs. Mr. Makapia, I'll end with you. Mr. Darcy says you must be the DDG for Economic Development. Minister Mbalula says I must be Minister of Economic Development, must merge, change the name to effect, what the policy is actually saying. Touch on it a bit later on, but I'll start with you, Mr. Van Merwe. If you final thoughts, reflections going forward. Again, remember, I asked, you are 4-0 down. You are 4-0 down, and you need to win that Champions League, score 4 goals, and the 5th one as well. What is it that needs to be done to get that, championship goal in?
Program Director, I recall probably in June of 1945, Germany was flattened. There was nothing, but there was a will to pick it up. Women would stand in queues and take bricks and pack them so they could rebuild houses. What we need is just this will to do it. I think we've gone a long way by this forum to get to the point that we can go together far. So I really think it's just the will to implement. The implementation program is in the policy, what to do in the next 24 months, next 3 years, next 5 years. Let's not kick the problem to touch by always requiring capital investment into the future. Just start. We must just start. And we must start together. We can't start alone. We've heard it so many times today. We are being disaggregated by people that don't want us to succeed. But I think we should be greater than that. That process led to the creation of the Bank of Reconstruction Development. The money came in, they ran the Marshall Plan, and they delivered Germany. Go to Germany today, go to Deutsche Bahn. There was nothing. There was nothing in 1945. So I really think we can fix this. We're at the lowest point, and yet there's 200 people here, all with a smile on their face. So I think I'm optimistic. We can't go lower. Let's go higher, and let's just start, Minister. Let's just start. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
All right, it is doable. Let's start. Let's create momentum, and then Ms. Hare, let's get to you. The 5th goal to win the Champions League.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I think for me, I would go back on security. We've been working with PRASA in the last year or so. We conducted an adequacy assessment of the security plan. We've made recommendations which we both agreed on, and we've been observing the implementation. So the Mabopale line, which is one of the key presidential corridor lines, they've actually followed the implementation plan and deployed security. But of course, the main question for us as the railway safety regulator is this sustainable when you consider the amount of money that is pumped into ensuring that that line remains secure as they continue to open up the network? Again, our main question is the sustainability of providing that security in that format. We therefore would want to call for a dedicated service for Rapid Rail Police, because we believe that would go a long way in assisting operators in general. As Andrew was saying, the network is big. They're still in the trenches. We are not winning the war. And therefore, we need some level of recent reinforcement. And I think subs can play a very key role in ensuring that, not just from a security point of view, but also from an intelligence perspective. Thank you.
All right. And then Mr. Mpilo, your closing remarks, reflections. 5th goal.
I'm taking the comment that says, let's start. And I think to the department, we're ready. We welcome the policy. As we recover, we're going to start taking some of those pillars out of that into the implementation plan, the recovery plan as well. But let's also consider the transition plan to where we are. We do need to start talking and collaborating. We get this definition around devolution and where it is and what it is not, so that it's all clear out there. Thank you.
What do you need to do to start? Because it means it appears the start is very important. What do we need to do to start?
We have started. It's part of our recovery plan. Okay. We just need to make sure that we incorporate in our recovery, we incorporate the aspects that are now quite clear in the rail policy, and the direction is quite clear.
Okay, you started. All right. And then Dr. Shaw.
Let me start by, I think, thanking the Department of Transport and EU Minister Mbalula. I think this is a far-reaching policy, and it establishes a forward direction, which, just to align to you, means we now need to start working and fulfilling the obligations of that policy. And I think it's a really it's a stake in the ground, which is really critical. What I would just suggest from our side as Transnet is, because we have such a big chunk of the network and such a broad set of operations, is can we work with the department in an integrated way and in a way where we go through a phased approach as to how we manage this so that we get the best outcome going forward and we still facilitate expansion and volumes on rail. At the end of the day, that's really in everybody's interest, is we want to move more on the rail network from a freight perspective. I just wanted to reiterate some of the comments that were made around safety and security. We literally are at war. And if you go out onto the network, and my colleagues from TFR spend a lot of time, it's unbelievable what people are willing to take from the network. We really would like to reach out to the policy ministry and say, could we intervene with the security cluster to get greater levels of intervention to assist both PRASA and ourselves to protect this critical infrastructure. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Dax.
Mateta, I'm going to keep your soccer analogy. So we're 4-0 down. Okay, we've got to go and score goals, right? We're not going to get there without. We've got the coach. Minister, you're our coach. You've given us the policy. We will play as hard as we can. The thing that we're going to need is long-term line of sight on funding. These investments are significant. We cannot have an infrastructure spend program that stops and starts. So I think we from the transport sector must commit to more efficient spending, but we need commitments from Treasury to longer term funding commitments to enable us to go and score those goals.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dax. Final words from Mr. Makaipea.
Thanks, Program Director. We, on behalf of the Department of Transport, we welcome the acceptance of the policy by the sector. It was a long journey of engagement and trying to balance the views. And a special thanks to our minister, because Minister Mbalula, because under his leadership, we have produced this good work that we need to do. I think Ms. Harris said a very interesting thing, that railways cannot collapse under our watch. And I think if we allow that to happen, history will judge us very harshly. But we do recognize that we don't need to do it in a knee-jerk approach. As colleagues have said, we need to really look at a number of issues as part of the implementation. We believe that the vision provided by the rail policy is a long-term vision that will take us to the next decade. And I think the issues that have been raised by colleagues here, including security and other elements, they are high on government agenda through the JCPS cluster, especially the issue of security. We continuously report on efforts and work together. And the work that is done by DTIC on the scrap of export of the scrap metals, we are behind that and we are participating as the department in that regard. Through the Interim Rail Economic Regulatory Capacity, IREC, we'll work with the private sector, state-owned enterprises, and ensure that we move towards the mode of implementation. Ministers committed towards a working group, and we'll be leading in that front to ensure proper implementation, and that policy is continuously reviewed towards its implementation and implementation. With regard to naming us in terms of Economic Development Program Director, is beyond my pay grade. I'll leave that to the Minister's closing remarks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Makaipea. Thank you to the panel. A thank you to the panel by way of clapping hands. All right. We'll be moving to the next segment of the program, and that will be the industry indicating their investment decisions, going forward, what they are pledging as investments, going forward. We will take 2 minutes, two minute break just to, rearrange. Oh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is very important. This is an important. If you could be with me, attention. This is essentially the last segment of the session. We refer to it in the program as the National Rail Policy Implementation Investment Commitments. The key word there is investment. The key word is commitments. So we will bring all right. All right, we'll welcome on stage Mr. James Hawley. He is the CEO, previously is the CEO of Traction. Previously, Traction was named Shelton. He's a representative for Africa on the Management Committee of Rail Working Group, a non-profit organization promoting the adoption of rail protocol to the Cape Town Convention on International Interest in Mobile Equipment. He's also a chairperson of the Africa Railway Industry Association, which represents the interests of the private sector in railways in South Africa. Mr. Hawley.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Honourable Minister Mbalula, Honourable Deputy Ministers, Directors Generals, Deputy Directors General, and honoured guests. Firstly, I would like to thank the Department of Transport for the opportunity to present Traction's investment programme. Upon its implementation, we firmly believe that this new rail policy represents an opportunity for a step change in South Africa's growth trajectory and job creation efforts. Rail capacity is, first and foremost, an enabler of the upstream economy. Traction is a 35-year-old private rail operator. We are South African at heart, but we operate trains in 7 African countries. We are ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our rail school is TITA and QCTO certified. We hold a rail safety regulator permit in South Africa, and we have since the rail safety regulator's formation. We are 50% black owned. We have the equivalent of a 5-star safety rating. We have a fleet of diesel locomotives and wagons, but every single one of them is deployed. This third-party access program and structural reform is an investment program for South Africa. It is not a redeployment program of existing trains. What this rail policy does is it provides us as investors with certainty regarding the future direction of the rail industry. In light of this, I would like to congratulate the Minister and the team at the DOT that worked on this policy. The sections that apply to reform of the rail freight sector, which are of key interest to us, are well balanced and well considered. When fully implemented, as someone who lives freight rail day in and day out, I can confirm it will unlock significant investment. I'd like to highlight some key elements of the policy that illustrate this. The policy states, when dealing with the extent of network access, every open line whether classified as core, non-core, branch line, or shared freight and commuter line, shall be subject to third-party access. Now, this is important as it enables new operators to reposition train sets and address seasonality. When dealing with transparency, it says access fees and terms of business must be published in the public domain. The policy also says that the infrastructure manager should publish a network statement that deals with access conditions, capacity allocation, services, and charges. This is important as it ensures equitable terms of access for all participants and effective planning. Furthermore, when ensuring the equal playing field, the policy says infrastructure managers may not discriminate unfairly between the proposed rail operations of pre-existing rail operators and incumbent or new train operators. This is equally important to ensure equitable terms of access. When dealing with the critical matter of regulation, the policy clearly sets out the role of the interim regulator and the final transport economic regulator, and what it should play in setting out how access rights are allocated to new operators, how tariffs and access terms and conditions are set, how penalties should be calculated for both Transnet and operators, and importantly, in ensuring that rail policy is adopted in general terms. It is difficult to stress how important this is. A couple of other important elements to the successful rollout. The first is long-dated access rights. Locomotives and wagons last for 30 years, and our models show us that in order to achieve commercial feasibility, we need to secure 10-year funding. Without that, without access rights that extend beyond this period, funding simply cannot be raised. Central network planning software systems are fundamental to ensure the efficiency of the overall operation and the interaction between private trains and the existing trains. The central network planning software system should really be reintroduced, and serious consideration should be applied to that. The DRT has asked that we mention what we would like to see from government in terms of support. I believe that a private sector investment forum is being considered, where private investors can register projects with the department. I believe this is a great initiative. The recognition by all stakeholders of the role of the interim regulator and the speedy implementation of the transport regulator are really important. But nothing is more important than the speedy and effective implementation of the policy itself. Implement your policy and investment will come. Finally, what is Traction's investment commitment? It is as follows. For the last 8 months, we've been developing detailed business plans for various freight sectors in South Africa. We have mandated a leading investment bank to engage in the funding models to achieve this. Our plans translate at present to an investment in approximately 180 locomotives in a phased build program over 6 years to the value of approximately 11.5 billion rand. These will be the latest generation locomotives manufactured by international blue chip OEMs, and it will be done in South Africa because it makes sense to do so. To manufacture these heavy assets in South Africa. It will be a mix of electric and diesel locomotives. However, the lion's share of our investment will be in diesel locomotives due to the versatility of these assets. Correlating to the locomotive investment program, we plan to invest in approximately 4,250 wagons, also on a phased basis, to the value of approximately 6 billion rand. Our focus is on innovation and design and in efficiency in operation. The wagons will all be manufactured in South Africa. We will not be investing significant capacity into primarily workshop capacity because we have it. We will be expanding our rail school because we need to fill the skills gap. Our market analysis suggests that this build program will address less than one-fifth of the total volume of cargo that wants to migrate from road to rail. And that's today, before we unlock one new mine or one new agricultural complex as a consequence of extra rail capacity entering the South African rail system. But I need to close with a word of caution. Engagement with our OEM partners indicates that it will take approximately 24 months to procure train sets from the time orders are confirmed. This cannot be done until access rights are awarded in line with this rail policy. If policy is implemented and access rights are awarded this year, the first time new train sets will start unlocking growth in the South African economy is in 2025. Effective implementation of the policy is everything. Thanks.
Traction saying they are committing to investing 11.5 billion in the next few years in the South African economy. The next commitment is from Mr. Gavin Griffiths, from representing ArcelorMittal South Africa.
Honourable Minister, dignitaries and ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Thank you for inviting ArcelorMittal South Africa to participate in this auspicious occasion and to share a few thoughts with you on this most important of launches today. For more than a century, ArcelorMittal South Africa has been and remains a proud beneficiator of South Africa's mineral resources. The volume of steel that we produce for the regional market firmly underpins the company's central role in South Africa's industrial landscape. Finding ourselves in this highly responsible role, while at the same time being in the greatly competitive global commodity market space, means that we need to be able to deliver cost-competitive products to our customers in a reliable manner. Putting this in context, ladies and gentlemen, in any given year, we move some 10 million tons of bulk material, typically iron ore and coking coal. And that excludes around 3 million tons of steel which we produce and which is largely moved by road. Key rail corridors leading to our operations in Gauteng and KZN stretch from the Northern Cape to Limpopo, Durban and Richards Bay, and cross-border to Zimbabwe and Mozambique. Should we be successful in achieving our aspirations of restarting our Saldanha operation by sustainably producing directly reduced iron ore from green hydrogen and eventually progressing to green steel, these corridors will stretch even further. In March this year, for the first time in our long history, the company had to shut down one of its 3 blast furnaces for a month due to the inability to secure enough deliveries of iron ore and coking coal, this despite having maximized road transport. As you can appreciate, such an event has a detrimental impact on our customers, who themselves represent important businesses in vital sectors. For instance, automotive, mining, energy and chemicals, construction and infrastructure, manufacturing, and general equipment. Very important sectors for our country, I'm sure you'll agree. Matters have improved somewhat since those very difficult times a few months ago. Successful collaboration with TFR on aspects such as security and technical assistance have been fruitful and vital. This kind of positive collaboration needs to continue, but requires continuous efforts from both sides in order to yield true benefits. There are many businesses in South Africa which, just like ArcelorMittal, have no choice but to find cost-effective, reliable rail solutions. For ourselves, it is vital for our sustainability. as has been ably demonstrated in the renewable energy sector, policy needs to enable an investable solution. What does this mean exactly? Quite simply, ladies and gentlemen, policy needs to create a win-win solution for both the investor and the customer. The investor needs a fair return on its investment, and the customer needs a cost-effective and reliable service offering which it can confidently sign up to for the long term. A few weeks ago, ArcelorMittal South Africa, along with its parent company, were proud to announce the investment in 2 100-megawatt renewable energy plants. This, along with a flurry of similar recent announcements by big business in South Africa, are all practical examples of what can be achieved when policy is both certain and enabling. In similar vein, following the successful implementation of this rail policy, which we are discussing here today, ArcelorMittal South Africa has significant appetite to progress a commercially sensible train investment program to supplement those volumes which TFR do not have the ability to move. Clear, direct, and concise policy around rail infrastructure, dealing with both ownership and management of that infrastructure, as well as the positioning of rail operators, is critical to attract participative customers and investors. One of those, both investor and customer, is ArcelorMittal. Before concluding, it's worthwhile emphasizing that rail policy should not be just about the long term. There is a pressing need now to deploy additional train sets. Customers, just like ourselves, are surely willing to commit to immediate short-term solutions for flexible leasing of train sets in order to address the immediate service delivery challenges. These kind of solutions create flexibility and optionality in terms of South Africa's future rail pathway, and in so doing helps progress the country's economic development, which is so sorely needed. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Another statement of support from industry, even indicating that they are willing to find solutions to increase capacity of the rail network because the demand is indeed growing. Our next statement comes from Ms. Siyanda Mflatelwa. She is the head public-private partnerships and concessions at RMB. It's your floor.
Good day, everybody. Does everybody hear me well? Good day, everybody. I would like to take the opportunity to thank everybody for affording us the opportunity to speak at such a well-attended event. I think the attendance in the room really does speak to how well the policy has been accepted by the market, but also the interest in the rail sector in general. And I speak on behalf of Rand Merchant Bank. I look after triple Ps and concessions for the business, and I have some of my colleagues in the audience as well. And I think as a starting statement, we would like to say that the rail policy as it's currently structured is welcomed by the private sector. I think it's been long awaited, and I think I would like to tackle kind of the topic of private capital and how it plays in the rail sector, And I want to speak to, I think, 4 key elements that I've identified or that we've identified as enablers in terms of crowding and investment into the sector. I'll start with talking about the regulatory framework. I think the rail policy as it currently stands is an important key step in creating the clarity that's required to crowd in private investment in a sector like this. I think it's an important starting step, but as many of my colleagues in this panel and in the one before have stated, the implementation of the rail policy going forward becomes important in terms of the openness. We've seen regulation in rail sectors, if you look at global examples, range from simply defining technical and safety standards all the way to tariff setting mechanisms, economic regulation in a more liberalized market. And I think it is a key determinant in terms of the openness of the sector and the ability for the sector to attract private capital. I think the expectation is that, as my colleague from ArcelorMittal has already mentioned, is that the policy needs to enable the next step, which is creating a fundable solution and an investable solution for the sector. I think what's important in terms of that is having clear procurement frameworks that emerge from the policy that tackle the various aspects that are required, including balanced risk allocation. It's a key determinant for how funders like ourselves will look at a program like this and how we'll be able to invest in. And I mean, I think when I speak about private capital, I speak about ourselves as commercial investors, but I think there's a broader pool of capital that is willing and able to invest in the rail sector in general. I think tariff setting methodologies are key. Balanced risk allocation, incentive and penalty structures are important in terms of the framework that then procures the private sector. Next, I want to speak about sustainability. When we talk about sustainability, you look globally at the various models that have been funded in the rail sector, and there are varying degrees of varying degrees of ownership, varying degrees of competition in various markets. As it stands today, the South African market is largely a monopoly with, very limited private sector participation, as in private operators. And my colleague who spoke earlier talked about this as an investment program, i.e. large capital investment needs to go in from an infrastructure perspective on the actual network, but also on the rolling stock. And we see, you look at international best practice and we see bankability in both kinds of models where you have privately owned infrastructure and or rolling stock, or you have access to rolling stock models which are akin to kind of leasing models. Bankability is achievable in both. It's dependent on how it is implemented in terms of how you then attract capital against those various models. It is important to take into consideration the amount of capital that's required to be invested in the program in setting out sustainability of a program. These are large infrastructure programs that are required, and it is important to bear in mind that funding that goes into these types of infrastructure programs needs long tenors for amortization. And so whichever model is chosen, the tenor for amortization of the costs is an important determinant. Secondly, I think in terms of sustainability, it's important to note the benefits that a getting this right would have on the sector in general. The ability to integrate the networks beyond just the SA network that exists, but into the SADC region and create regional trade is also an important spin-off. And so once you start looking at the commercial viability from that perspective and the sustainability from that perspective, you realize that it is an investable sector, but also looking at it broader clarifies the benefits to the sector and the benefits to the economic development that it unlocks if you are able to crowd in the capital efficiently. We've seen in the last couple of decades globally that private infrastructure capital has really generally been the majority funders in the rail sector and have been able to provide long-term cheap financing where the risk allocation and the structure is correct. I think that leads on to commercial viability, right? You know, the large investment that's required does need long tenor, but I mean, we would always look at kind of a couple of elements where we talk about commercial viability. We talk about counterparty risk, we talk about commercial risk, and we talk about operational risk. All the three buckets need to be structured correctly in order for large capital to be able to crowd in. Counterparty risk is one that's easily structured around because you also have in the sector large operators who are creditworthy and in the space and can attract funding themselves. But also you have players and customers on the network who have large balance sheets themselves and are able to deploy capital. And so the combination of the capital from private sector players and private funders, whether they are development finance institutions or commercial funders, then gives you the ability to fund the large capex program that's required. But in terms of commercial viability and linked to sustainability, funding against a program that is sustainable has proven to be a methodology that helps aid in government's other objectives as well. We've seen examples in the renewable energy programs, which is often used as an example, where consistency in procurement and a clear procurement framework that is kind of implemented over time systematically and predictably creates the opportunities to also then invest in, to commit as a private sector to the local procurement, the localization, manufacturing, etc., that is required and that is capable in a sector like this, and I think is a very important part about talking about the rail sector in general. I think a lot of talk has been there's been a lot of talk on the various panels around concessioning and how that works and whether and it's been primarily focused on the branch lines because I think there's already an existing model around concessioning on the branch lines. I think the commercial viability exists in a concessioning model, but also in other models that we've discussed. And commercial viability in concessioning is easily structured. I think concessioning has been a model that has been proven over the past to deliver infrastructure, bulk infrastructure, in a way that is transparent, that transfers risks to the party that is most capable of managing the said risk, but also makes it such that infrastructure is deliverable within a certain time and within a certain budget. And I think that is key for a sector like this that has such a backlog in terms of infrastructure and capital expenditure that's required. The last aspect I wanted to talk to is just in terms of touching on the forms of private capital. I think over and above the multiplier effect that the sector has the capability of unlocking, rail in its nature is very well positioned in terms of the ESG narrative. The policy paper talks a lot about the emissions reductions plans and using rail as a mitigant for carbon emissions. And as a country, I think we've made a lot of commitments around the net zero targets in 2030 and in 2050. Rail being a sector that is green in the sense that moving goods from roads to rail reduces the emissions, is well positioned from that perspective. From a social perspective, I think the social benefits have been articulated by previous panelists, but are also tangible in the sector and are significant. And the establishment of the policy paper, the regulatory framework also creates the governance aspect from an ESG perspective. And I think while it is important to note that the South African market has liquidity and capacity to fund large capex programs, as has been the case with previous programs that we've seen in the country, it is not to be underestimated the amount of ESG-specific funding that is also attracted by a sector that ticks all of these three boxes as in the way that rail does. And I think, there's a large part to be played in terms of the South African funding institutions, but also the DFIs. And if you look at international funders as well, their allocation processes and the focused impact investing looks to ESG as a key determinant for where they allocate their funds. And we see that there are large pools of capital that are chasing projects and chasing programs that are ESG compliant and that have, knock-on effects. And so once you look at it from that perspective, it becomes clear that the South African market in itself has got deep liquidity for a program that's well structured and that meets all of these various aspects, but also from an ESG angle, a well-structured program in the rail sector is one that meets those various objectives, but also is able to crowd in private investment from that perspective. And so I would say, as much as I do not speak on behalf of all private capital, I think the private sector welcomes the rail policy, welcomes the reform in the sector, and is ready and willing to fund against a program and a sector that has such a big knock-on effect in terms of economic growth in South Africa. I think that's where I'll focus.
Ms. Mflatelwa, thank you very much. Spoken like a banker. Says, if you want my money, get these things right. Get the environment, the ecosystem right. And she lists, and it means when you go to knock on their doors, get those things ready. But I wanted the number as well. How much? But 5% of GDP. All right, our last statement is from Mr. Tamigwala, who is the founder and CEO of SA Freight Logistics Group, commonly known as SAFLOG, which was founded in 2001. It's been a long day. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Project Director. Greetings to the Minister, Mr. Fikile Mbalula. Greetings to his absence, Minister Pravin Gordhan. Greetings to all the Deputy Ministers present here today, the MECs, MMCs, chairpersons and CEOs of various organizations, DGs, DDGs, industry captains here today. Ladies and gentlemen, I would say all protocol observed. We've been waiting for a very, very long time for such an opportunity that we have today. In the 21 years of our existence, we've been always looking forward to an opportunity where we would be able to operate in rail and run freely on the network, working hand in hand and together with Transnet, if I may add that. Perhaps it's quite proper that I take you through how we were formed as a company. Back in the year 2000 or so, Transnet realized that they are good in the long haul, but they are not as good when it comes to the short haul, when it comes to turning the trains around quicker, the first mile as we refer to it, as well as the last mile. At that point, an opportunity came about that said, an opportunity to bring in black entrepreneurs, black SMMEs, who can then come in and be introduced into the otherwise remote industry of rail for black entrepreneurs, and also at the same time achieve the objective of flexibility, of being able to turn the trains around very quickly to hand them back to Transnet without the various bureaucratic elements that can prevent a Titanic trying to turn in a bit of a river harbor. So that was quite an important element and a point where, as a company, we were born. We are very proud to be standing here today, having been born through that process. I think it's quite an achievement. As we sit here today, we are 21 years of age, we are of age, and we are at a point where we're starting to reposition ourselves, to look at the rebranding, refresh ourselves, as some of you can see on our stands at the top there, those who know who we are and where we come from. And as we look at that, we start to position ourselves and focus more on a pit to port kind of strategy, which will be able to take our customers who we have developed over time and be able to offer them the solution that takes them through the supply chain, providing the trains as well that are necessary. Perhaps to give an example of how we started, there is a line at Afrisam Cement where we take a train 30 kilometers from the plant into the exchange yard that Transnet operates. We will run it on our own diesel locomotives, stop at the exchange yard, hand it over to Transnet, who takes it on the long haul to East Rand, West Rand, or perhaps even Swaziland. And upon arrival, they hand it back to us. We take it into the plant, we offload it, turn around as quickly as possible, hand it back to Transnet. In a process like that, there will be stages where inefficiencies come up. The train is handed in, but the other train is not ready to come in. The Transnet locomotive has gone somewhere else to do other business. So by the time that they come back and haul the trains, we have lost a bit of time. In losing a bit of time, we lose the number of trains that can then be run. So the sets end up not working as effectively, as efficiently as they actually can. So looking at this rail policy now, looking at third-party access, we're now in a position to be able to take that train from the plant. Instead of stopping at a 30-kilometer point, we can run it straight through with our diesel locomotives all the way up to the East Rand or the West Rand, up until we offload the train at the facilities and at where we actually do this particular function. This will have an impact on increasing the efficiency, the number of trains, and the utilization of the assets, as it were. And this is what this policy unlocks. And we thank the department and everyone who's been involved in really driving this hard and making it a reality today. We're really appreciative of that. I'll give another example where for the past 4.5 years, we've been running gold ore trains in the Free State. We run 13 trains every single day without break. And it's, we run on the main, we come from the private sidings, the shafts, we run into the main line of Transnet. From there we exit to go to the plant where then the ore is dropped and processed to make gold. What an opportunity. The fact that we have been proven on our own to be able to run these trains on that particular network, the scope now opens up for us to look at that Free State cluster. There's grain in that environment. The grain needs to go up to Harrismith. Harrismith go down to Durban, get exported at the port. From time to time, there are various challenges that make that grain not move as effectively as it can. There are times when it's seen not to be as rail-friendly as all that. But for us, it's an opportunity and a half to work with the agricultural departments, to work with grain companies, to be able to start moving that product via the open access all the way and turn it back quite quickly. What it also does, though, is that we start to look at investment in the warehouses, investment in the terminals that will enable us to do this, so that when we run a train, indeed, we will load it quickly at our terminal inland, and we do have a couple. We take that train in the long haul. We take it in our own operated back-off port at the port side, and we're able to then deliver the product onto the side of the vessel as quickly, as efficiently, with the minimum of interfaces that can really cost you time, cost you efficiency, and basically make your trains slower than what they can be. So this opportunity really opens up this market. We really believe it's going to increase the productivity and the production that there is. Somebody spoke earlier about the effect, multiplier effect. I think we'll see this because we spend currently a lot of money with SMEs. We spend a lot of money, small as we are at this stage, but I'm proud to state that as it is now, we have a complement of more than 550 people. We currently pay more than 100 million rand of salaries, which means a lot of families out there that you support. Now take this, quadruple it, multiply it 5 times. It just goes to show that if you really support a black business, you work with it closely, it can really grow to become a significant contributor to this economy in so many various ways. So given that, going forward, we do have a fleet of about 30 locomotives, the bulk of which are shutting locomotives, and we've got a few mainline locos in the fleet. Most of these mainline locomotives, we are not using them on the mainline because we don't have access to it. We use them in the very yards that we shut and prepare to hand to Transnet if it's longer trains. Here's an opportunity now to start moving those towards the mainline, but as my colleague Jamie said, it's not a lot of these. We're going to have to go out into the market and procure more locomotives to be able to meet the current demand that we are sitting with in terms of our projects. As it is, if I look at the demand for the locomotives, the wagons that we need to supply in the market, the development of the infrastructure in the form of the terminals that will receive, the back-of ports that we will be using, as well as the, let me say, the working capital to be able to be running the logistics and carry this cargo onto the port and therefore export same, we are looking at an investment of 1.5 billion rand. Obviously, as was said earlier on, it is going to be quite imperative that we work closely with government and look at the various incentive opportunities that are there to be able to get us to at least compete with the guys with the bigger pockets out there, because we are simply a family-owned business, 100% black-owned, 60% owned by youth, and 40% the black women. So for us to be able to compete at this stage, we're using our own balance sheet over the period of time we've been there. We work with your basic 4 commercial banks that are in the country, but it's going to be quite important that we start engaging with the DFIs and various other such funding institutions that can really come and support us and help us to stay on course, to stay, let me say, competitive with those who have got a whole lot of deep pockets ahead of us. On that note, we have done a lot of work in enabling emerging miners, and what is still our key focus to enable emerging miners. We still will support a lot of the of the existing big companies with whom we do provide certain services to get the efficiencies for them in turning around their trains going to the port. With this open access, we believe we're going to, as I said earlier on, increase probably 5-fold the kind of staff employment we have. The support for the SMMEs is going to increase. We do know that there's going to be new suppliers who come into the game. I think we're going to motivate a lot of new black SMMEs to see it's doable and also want to participate in this. But it's going to be important that the funding structures are there, that you are able to optimize and use this funding to continue to drive the transformation in our industry. We have worked well with Transnet. We believe we're going to continue to work well with Transnet. There was a talk earlier on that compete. We don't believe we can ever compete with Transnet or PRASA for that matter. We are not here to compete with them. We don't believe we should be looking at competition in that regard, but perhaps we should be looking at co-opetition, where we coexist, we cooperate, even though There will be elements of an element of competition that are there and are meant to drive the cost of logistics down, and we're quite happy to be involved in that. So also, we can't have government compete with its own citizens. And the citizens, we can't be going out there to compete with government. We need to work together, continue working together with the SOEs, working together with government to drive the requirements and the incentives of, or the requirements of rather, the SA Inc. That we love so much. Well, in terms of the further government support, there are programs like your BIP, Black Industrial programs, some infrastructure funding programs. We have not at all taken advantage of any of these before, but the time is quite correct now that we really start talking seriously about these, given the magnitude that's been opened up by this policy. So we will be coming through to have some engagements with the various DFIs. I really do believe in thanking the department for getting us this far, that indeed we are on the right track. We all know that in rail, if you're not on the right track, there's a disaster. We are on the right track, and I think it's very important for us going forward. Further, I would just want to say that we are absolutely open for business. We are open for strategic partnerships. We are open to deal with various stakeholders that have the same kind of vision of transformation, the same kind of vision of driving efficiency and increasing volumes, and making sure that we take our rightful market share in the market of the kind of commodities that we have. I thank you.
Mr. Tamigwala, thank you very much. These kind of stories, they are hidden. They are hidden in the media. We need to hear more of these. He's talking 1.5 billion needed to quadruple or even increase by fivefold the size of the workforce. And the volumes are not in doubt. The volumes are there, but he needs the right kind of conversations and environment. We need more of these. Stories from SAFLOC. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the program. However, the minister will be, giving us his closing remarks. He's been called the Minister of Economic Development. He says he's at war, he needs to bring in the police, so it's like the minister of everything. So Minister, closing remarks.
Can we give the program director a good round of applause? He represents not CSIR here, but they are doing a very important job. And these are some of the institutions we have created in this country that we must work with to produce quality. But I also want to give you ask you to give yourselves a good round of applause. You have behaved, under the circumstances, even though there was one person who was howling when the minister was on the platform. You, darling! I don't know whether I was appreciating the minister. Minister Pravin Gordhan had to apologize. He was with us briefly, as you know. We had to hijack him and get him to come here because this is our joint venture. As much as we are a policy department, he is implementing. And the entities of the department, Transnet, were fully represented here, and the CEO was here, and the panelists, they form part of the panelists who took part in the discussions here today. Now, there is direction of where we are going. And we all have an obligation in terms of national interest to defend this country, irrespective of ideological and political differences. And we need to hold each other accountable in terms of the checks and balances we have created, enabled in our constitution, in terms of our young flourishing democracy, to be in a position to hold every one of us accountable. It is only in South Africa, not anywhere in the world, where a government look at itself in terms of corruption and all of that and act decisively to arrest that corruption and look at itself in the mirror and say, we did have what we call a state capture in this country. And good entities like Transnet, like PRASA, as much as our panelists spoke very well, you know for a fact that we have been victims of the so-called state capture itself, to the point where some of our entities are at the point where they are at. Of course, structural defects in the system are common when you run entities like Transnet and PRASA. But what complicates the problem is when those who manage then run down the institution in the phenomenon characterized in our country as state capture. And that is what we have actually been dealing with, and dealing with that decisively. And I hear people say that we are a failed state, but it's not for us to argue with them. It's what we do to undermine the possibility that this country will be a failed state. When I speak this most of the time about President Ramaphosa, people say that I sing for my supper. Well, they are right because I'm a minister. But in my track record, I've never begged presidents for a job. I told Jacob Zuma in a meeting of the ANC that the Guptas will bring you down. And I was his minister, serving under him. I didn't know when I left the meeting whether I will still be a minister tomorrow. And luckily I survived. And that was it. And indeed it brought us to where we are. Nobody said Guptas cannot make business in this country. But the way they were going about was incorrect, and we must not repeat that today in terms of the new dispensation. So I just wanted to underline that. And when I say this, that President Ramaphosa is leading, yes, in a very different environment and situation, globally and otherwise, inheriting an economy that was facing a recession, degraded by credible institutions, and then there come the pandemic. The Transnet executive who was speaking, he spoke about we were completely overwhelmed, both PRASA and Transnet. We were not overwhelmed. Our capacity when the disaster visited us was depleted. But we built institutions to withstand the test of time, to weather the storm. But when the storm visited us, called COVID-19, we were on the ground. That's why we could not defend anything. And you are here in this place looking beautiful and all of that. We are defending it now, but it was not defended. And easily it could have been a victim of anything. Attack, riots, and all of that. I hear people are doing a shutdown. Let them do a shutdown and protest about fuel and everything and close the streets and all of that. But don't destroy the infrastructure. Take out your placards and protest and do everything. But don't destroy the infrastructure. That's what is important. Because everything that we do is going to destroy and run down the economy further. And that is what we need to note. So I'm saying we are in a unique arrangement, and it does not mean when a president and his administration are held accountable, you must be allergic to criticism. You look at what is constructive and destructive, and then you move on. If somebody is destructive, is on a smear campaign, he does not want to contribute, then you move on. When people, you put something on the table, they gather. You didn't come here by train, you came with your own cars, far away in Rhodesfield. Some of you got lost. But you came because you said, yeah, this is what we need. Because we're not coming closer. There's no way that government is going to change everything here without working with business and without working and get a buy-in of labor. There's no way. That's why we need a compact. Literally today, this is what we are seeing being unveiled through a dialogue and engagement. And the criticism to our government, Nwako, who's our DDG here, he's been looking good since we started this process. He's having bow ties and all of that. I like it because they did a splendid job. Let me tell you, President Ramaphosa, when we went to cabinet to present the rail policy, he returned us for the first time. So I hear people say that I'm unprepared. I'm always prepared. But let me tell you about our president. He's not the kind of fellow you go and dump a cabinet memo and he slip over it and then you leave. And then he sees in the press his cabinet took a decision he doesn't know how. But he was chairing the meeting. He doesn't do that. He reads everything. And that's what efficiency is about. A president who reads cabinet memorandums, ministers coming, may it be a bill, a rail policy is ready. I was with Nwako with his short trousers there, and then we presented. And then the president said, no, what are the costs to this? And then he asked questions. And then he didn't dismiss. He said, go and strengthen this because you are going to engage with people and you must implement. The last time I had a president behave like that, I don't know. When was it? And I don't want to compare because I will be in the front page tomorrow. But I'm talking to you about my president, that I know as a minister that I will never just slip over. When they come and the acting DG to me and say, tomorrow we're presenting in cabinet, I know for a fact that you must be ready because our ministers read, they don't sleep at taboo, they read every part of what you've got to present. There is Naledi Pando there, there is Blatant Zimande, there's everybody. And then there is the president who chairs the cabinet and the deputy president, so you get engaged. So I'm not propagating to you when I tell you that in the economic cluster we had the Bosberat starting on Monday and we finished at night with Pravin, Gordhan and all of them. And among others, we're taking each other to task, including about ESCOM. What must happen now and today and tomorrow? Mbalula potholes. We resolved that the potholes is a burning issue. These municipalities, they are here, but they don't close potholes. And then we're now taking potholes as a national disaster. And Sandral will lead and we're going to close the potholes. But once we do that, they are going to say, run away with the money. No, national is now responsible for potholes. Now, our roads are in a pristine situation, particularly national roads, but regional roads and local are a disaster. I mean, the potholes of Mafikeng never get finished, for as much as I can remember. The potholes of Mthatha, they never get finished. There's always a pothole there. You arrive and they are drunk, you drive recklessly or whatever, you are in trouble. Not even drunk. But you are driving recklessly, you meet a pothole, you are gone. Now, we are attending to all of these issues, and we can't do them alone, and we'll work together. And for us to work together, is through the policy like this. And I'm happy with the response that we've got. So when I talk about Makai Pia, because he knows that I insist on implementation. Because it will be a talk shop and a waste of time if we're not going to implement. Devolution we're talking about a strategy. It must be in place. Master plan long term. What we can do with the private sector through the approach we have taken of creating a committee that is going to oversee this is going to be very important. I've heard the Transnet executive is not reluctant. He's going to be pursued heavily to do things in our direction. I don't want to lie to you. We are going to be pursued. And then we're going to work together. Because we can't have a complaint in a country like ours that there is a problem of ferrying of goods from the mines to reach the harbor. And then we're a government and then it's business as usual. And then we theorize about it. But the fact of the matter, it affects growth in terms of what we want to achieve about our economy. So this policy gives us an opening. Like Minister Pravin said, it is not an alpha and omega. It is not without difficulties. But Van der Merwe says, start, and then we'll see. Don't see the danger. Just go through the fire. And then you will know that, okay, there is a problem. But you can't look at it, you know, there are people I got arrested with in the Free State when I was young. And then they got arrested, these chaps. They are my comrades. For one hand grenade. And then they went to Robben Island. And then they were all under Section 29, Internal Security Act. You know why they were arrested? They never used the grenade. Whenever they are drunk and there is a problem in the township, they'll say, comrade, don't make noise. And one day when they were doing that rubbish in the beer hall, got their security branch in the beer hall, they say, hey, what are those people doing there? No, they said they've got a grenade. And then this beer hall is infiltrated. And in no time, that place was surrounded. And they were arrested. They were heavily tortured. But I see them today when they do in the streets. They're from Robben Island. They are well trained. I say people don't know. These people went to jail for one grenade they never used. So you've got a policy. You don't implement. It is your grenade, but you say you don't implement it. And you've got to start. And then at some point, if you've got difficulties, you will then have a decent conversation. So that brings me to the concluding part with that prelude to say the engagement today have been fruitful and very constructive. The response from the rail sector, civil society, and the private sector demonstrate that our chosen path of a social compact is the correct one towards a meaningful transformation that will grow our economy. Minister Gordhan alluded to the importance of the sector and the critical role the network industries play to achieve competitiveness of the economy. The role of the rail sector to enable trade cannot be overemphasized. The security of the rail infrastructure will not only be an area of focus by law enforcement, but will be an important pillar of the social compact. As the theft and vandalism has ripple effect that affect business, labor, and civil society. You use the same line every day to transport goods, and you use the same line to transport passengers, shosholoza, and then it is attacked left and right, but you don't have a security solution. Your trains can't reach Bloemfontein. There is an old man here from Untu who's a retired old man who spoke here and said that these things, first the priority was passengers, but it has now changed. Now, at an operational level, Transnet and PRASA must resolve these issues. You can't have a rail network that fails to transport people in long distance because the network is attacked left and right. And they say we're literally at war. How do you respond to the war situation? To guard your network and to ensure that you do all these things that need to be done to enable the network to function for passenger and goods transportation in the long distance. I go to Imbizos, people complain. In Mpumalanga and everywhere else, trains are not operational. We do have the resources, we do have the capacity, we know what needs to be done. There's no way that PRASA can work on its own on a matter like that and passenger rail on its own. You've got to collaborate. You've got to work together in terms of guarding the network. We are on record as having made the call and supported others who made similar calls for the ban of exports of scrap metal. We dealt with this issue till midnight. A minister and myself and Minister Gordhan, led by DTCI, we've got to get some legislation going on this matter as quick as possible because that is the main issue that we are dealing with. And Ibrahim Patel, Minister of Trade and Industry, has got to lead us on this. No more slogans now, direct to implementation. We know where the problem is, we can analyze it better, and then we know what is the solution to the problem, to minimize this attack we are seeing on our rail network. Mr. van der Merwe shared with us his insights based on his long experience in the sector. The policy sets the agenda on the future of the industry. Let's get started. High fixed costs of the railways are a barrier to entry, a factor we must take a closer look at and ensure that participation of SMMEs in the sector is not constrained. I could not agree more that ensuring a functioning rail is critical for our economy. Indeed, ensuring reliability, safety, responsiveness to the market and communication with the customers constitute interventions that are critical. We take your advice that we must do these things well if we are to succeed in achieving a rail renaissance. High capital cost, major role to play for SMMEs, some of the important things you talked about. Employees to be had rather than heavy reliance on consultants. We must invest in our people and develop the required capacity. The branch lines are an important part of our network, and these have a strategic role to play in enabling movement of freight and passengers. The closure of branch lines in the Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, that fed the main line on the Maputo corridor resulted in high-value agricultural produce that used to move on these lines getting on the road. The policy puts the shine back on the branch lines as key and fundamental in our way forward. Ms. Khari, the CEO of RSR, is correct in that revitalization is a priority, and regulators such as the RSR have a critical role to play in achieving this. Ms. Khari has just been appointed as the CEO of RSR. When I arrived, that RSR did not have a CEO, was having a board that was fighting every weekend, and now that is behind us. We've got a board that is functioning, and then that understands its fiduciary duties. We're producing results at RSR, and Ms. Khari is our new CEO. Well-trained, experience in terms of the regulator. Give a good round of applause. Dr. Shaw of Transnet emphasizes the process that Transnet is undertaking, which give traction to some of the policy provisions. Indeed, there is a considerable need for putting in place a sustainable funding model for the network infrastructure. And we are going to work together as we do with Transnet and the DPE. So we've got to lead, and as you heard, Dr. Shaw kept on emphasizing the point that they are ready to work with DOT to achieve some of this. Mr. Dax of the Gautrain Management makes the point that the policy brings a sense of order that allows the country to make rational decisions. and that is really very important. Mr. Mpelo of PRASA reflected on the importance of integration, using the example of this station as an integrating point within the Gautrain. Ms. Nhlapo makes a point about collaboration and adequate access to the network. The policy also addresses this matter, the role of the Transport Economic Regulator. We take the point about issues to be taken into consideration as we put together the devolution strategy. Our long-term vision of an institution of higher learning specializing in rail, engineering and operations will be built on the foundation of interventions such as the Centers of Excellence model the department has actually developed. In conclusion, I must express appreciation to the private sector partners for their support of the national rail policy. And nobody coerced you. You spoke for yourself, and I think it was quite impressive. You didn't say you will just give money. We're not in an investment conference here. So you explained exactly areas of intervention and investment, the immediate and the long term. I will go for the immediate Mwako as we build in the long term, the quick wins, you working with Transnet and PRASA and everybody in terms of locomotives and all of that, especially on diesel, in those areas that we think we can assist and intervene. The reality of the matter is that the economy have got to move. I meet with a lot of people who complain and raise issues about the fact that we can't move goods in the centers of production to where they are destined, in the harbor and everywhere else. We've got to get a quick turnaround. May it be agricultural products and all of that, we need a quick turnaround. We've got a buy-in now. We just have got to move and implement. And in between that, in the long term, this is characterized by real work. I don't know when you reach that destination of master plan, I'll still be around. But if I'm around, it will be a really good job. This policy, by the way, has been in the works for the past 10 years. And you can imagine, we don't even have an aviation policy now. You are dealing with driver's license challenges. The machine we've got to produce your license was unveiled in 1998. And we're only moving in a different direction now. And I think we're moving with speed with the team we've got. COVID has delayed us, but it cannot be a scapegoat now for all our faults and our deficiencies. We've got to move. We can no longer say COVID, but COVID did push us back in a big way. And we are now beginning to move to the new normal, and it gives us space to move with speed in terms of some of the things we need to do that include delivering this policy. So I wish to thank you and thank everybody who came here. I want to thank my team, Mwako. I want to act the acting DG, Mr. Mtunzi Madia. Madia's specialty is maritime. So we have appointed him temporarily. He will not be our DG in the long term. Because he did not apply, so I can say it. So he's just a temporary man. So very soon we will unveil our Director General. I want to thank the private sector and everybody who took part, and our program director, which I've done, and everybody else who have taken part in this. We've got a great country, and let us work together. And this platform have simply shown that working together, we can do more. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could just keep yourself seated. We're about to close. The acting deputy the Acting Director General of the Department of Transport, Mr. Mtunzi Madia, will give a vote of thanks before we then go for lunch. And then after him, the session is closed.
Thanks, Program Director. Honorable Minister is correct. My specialty is in maritime, and I did not apply. I had a prepared speech for the vote of thanks, but looking at time, I'm not going to go through the speech. I'll just say all protocols observed. But I wanted to acknowledge my colleague minister for now, Director General for Tourism, Victor Tarago, who is also part and parcel of these engagements today. And I can imagine, DG, the opportunity this policy gives you in terms of rail tourism, because you can be able to bring the third-party access to come and play in this space so that people can be able to appreciate South Africa and its landscape. I would like to thank everyone for making time, private sector, colleagues, for coming in today to be part and parcel of this constructive discussion. And also, this is a new beginning, like the minister was saying. It's been more than 10 years we've been cooking this policy. But during this 6th administration, Minister, we were able to get to the end of the race. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served. We will go in order. There will be the head table of the minister going through, and then we will then proceed to other tables. But lunch is served behind me. Please enjoy and have a good day further. Thank you very much.